Lin Moyu withdrew his hand and stood in the gazebo to watch the changes. The gazebo is shining, standing in it seems to hear the roar of dragons and tigers. There seemed to be the sound of fighting. Original Secret Realm is not dangerous, no one has ever had an accident in Original Secret Realm, so Lin Moyu is not worried at all. He was just curious. Original Secret Realm uses laws as a means to not allow people to know what happened in the Secret Realm. What is it hiding? It cannot be announced to the public, or it is not configured by others. Both possibilities are possible, and only the experience can be figured out. Lin Moyu is now waiting for the answer to appear. The light became brighter and brighter, and Lin Moyu found that the gazebo disappeared, and he was in the starry sky of the universe. The cosmic galaxy, countless star worlds flashed before the eyes. Countless strong men appeared in the starry sky, each one terrifying and boundless. Although it is only an illusory picture, Lin Moyu also knows that he is just a bystander. But he felt very clearly that if these strong men want to kill him, they don't need to use their hands at all, just a look is enough to kill him hundreds or thousands of times. The so-called undead army, various life-saving skills, and resurrection skills are all bullshit. But in the picture, tens of millions of strong men are joining forces, each of them looks nervous, as if they are waiting for something. Until deep in the starry sky, a person appeared. These invincible powerhouses became nervous one after another, and murderous intent rose from their bodies. Check. So many invincible powerhouses joined forces to block each other. Who is that person? It's so strong that it needs so many invincible experts to join forces, and each of them is so nervous. The figure in the depths of the starry sky approached quickly. An old man in blue shirt appeared in Lin Moyu's line of sight. He couldn't see the face of the old man clearly, but he could tell that it was an old man. The old man is wearing a green shirt, with long hair flying, and riding a green bull in the starry sky. Tao is always doing nothing, but doing everything. Supreme goodness is like water. Water is good for all things without fighting for it. Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, three begets everything. When Lin Moyu saw the old man, the sound of chanting rang in his ears. The old man rode the green ox, seemingly slow but fast, and he passed the starry sky in the blink of an eye. Wherever he passed, the invincible powerhouses died silently one after another. Either it was wiped out, or the stars fell, and no one survived. Even if someone wants to escape, it is like being stuck in a quagmire, unable to escape. In an instant, thousands of invincible powerhouses all died. The old man didn't even look at them. The purple energy on the old man's body was vast and boundless, disappearing into the starry sky. Wherever he passed, the blood of the strong turned into a star road, full of murderous intent, vast and grand. Lin Moyu was shocked, beyond shock. Such a fantastic scene appeared in front of him, which shocked him greatly. If it is someone else, it is possible that the mind will collapse. Lin Moyu's shock didn't stop there, but also because of the few words he heard. This is the Tao Te Ching. How did I hear the Tao Te Ching? When I got the original runes, I was very surprised when I saw the soldiers' characters and recognized the ancient Chinese characters. Now I even heard the Tao Te Ching in Original Secret Realm. He believed even more that this place had something to do with Gu Huaxia. Huaxia, Shenxia, Shenlong, characters. Purple Qi and Mighty Starry Sky, Tao Te Ching. There was a legend that when Laozi left Hanggu Pass in the west, the purple energy spread for 3,000 miles. The old man Qingyao, reciting the Tao Te Ching, is also full of purple energy. Could it be that this invincible old man is Lao Tzu? One question after another kept popping up. Lin Moyu felt a little dizzy. He never imagined that he would see such a thing. He didn't doubt the authenticity of the picture at all, and instinctively believed that it was true. Just when Lin Moyu was puzzled, the picture in front of him disappeared. Two big characters appeared in the starry sky, and each big character was like a star field, occupying a large piece of starry sky. The so-called planets and stars are as small as a chicken in front of these words. The two big characters, shining brightly, swirled up and down in the starry sky. The two big characters are exactly the original runes, characters and Zhu characters that he has mastered. In fact, these two characters are not the same as the fonts he learned, but he can recognize them at a glance. Just like the traditional and simplified characters in Huaxia, many people can't write traditional characters or have learned traditional characters, but they can recognize traditional characters when they see them. This is the inheritance of context. The two flashing words kept beating in front of my eyes, exuding an indescribable atmosphere of confusion. It is even older than the ancient Chinese characters. There is a law in the font, an incomparably powerful law, stronger than anything I have seen before. Lin Moyu silently read two words, and the starry sky shook violently. The back of the hand was slightly hot, and the original rune on it also began to glow, resonating with it. In the next second, the two simple and vague words shattered in front of Lin Moyu, turning into countless light spots and entering Lin Moyu's body. Light spots occupy every corner of Lin Moyu's body, even the soul is occupied. This time, the 9-colored dragon soul crystal didn't respond and let the light come in. Explain that the light spot is not dangerous and will not cause any harm to the soul. The scene before Lin Moyu's eyes changed rapidly, the sound of fighting came from his ears, and the disgusting smell of blood came in, which made Lin Moyu feel deeply uncomfortable. Lin Moyu thinks that he is decisive in killing, and he has killed a lot of monsters and enemies along the way. It can be regarded as flowing in the sea of blood. Especially when facing dragons, they killed them in batches. What kind of scene has never been experienced before, and I have long been used to the smell of blood. Even so, he had never seen such a terrifying bloody aura, which made a person like him want to vomit. Suddenly a drop of blood fell from the air and hit his head. His vision was completely red, not only red but also tight in the red. The smell of blood that entered the nostrils was even stronger, and he almost couldn't hold back and vomited on the spot. Lin Moyu immediately blocked his sense of smell and wiped the blood from his eyes. But even if the sense of smell is turned off, the smell of blood still penetrates in bursts, pervasive. This smell is difficult to avoid and dissipate, and it directly acts on the soul. There is no way but to endure. And the blood coming down from the face was reddish with purple, thick as pulp. The blood actually regrouped into a ball in the palm, as if it had life. The blood also contained huge energy, and even glaring light made it impossible for Lin Moyu to look directly at it. This is the blood of the strong, and there are laws in the blood. Lin Moyu felt the breath of law from the blood. He knew that only the strong who integrated the law into the whole body would have such blood. There is a trace of law in the blood of the poisonous god, just a trace. And this drop of blood in front of him has a terribly strong aura of law, many times stronger than the god of poison. It can be seen from this that the master of blood is countless times stronger than the god of poison. Lin Moyu looked up, blood was coming from the sky. The sky was pitch black, not because it was dark, but because it was covered by some kind of creature. This creature is ridiculously large, its body length cannot be calculated by Lin Moyu, and it really blocks the sky. This creature seems to be fighting, and the energy it rolls up is enough to destroy the world. All the feelings are too real. Lin Moyu realizes that he no longer seems to be a spectator, but really joins it. The existence in the air is not at the same level as myself, and it is impossible for me to join it even if I try my best. And a little energy wave caused by the other party is enough to kill him. Fortunately, there is an invisible barrier between him and it, blocking the aftermath of the opponent's attack. Lin Moyu recovered from the shock and looked around. He knew that there would be no danger in the original secret realm, and joining this seemingly real and illusory battle must be a test. Looking around with both eyes, he saw an enemy rushing towards him. The breath is not strong, only a little stronger than oneself. Enemies come from all directions, very numerous and innumerable. And myself, only one person. Lin Moyu didn't panic, he had encountered such things a lot, and he was used to fighting more with less. He subconsciously wanted to summon the undead army, but found that the undead army had no movement. The summoning space still exists, and the skills still exist, but they cannot be used. It seems that the skills have been sealed by some mysterious and powerful force. Lin Moyu clearly saw that there were light spots in his soul, which sealed his skills. There is no undead army, and other skills are also sealed. How should I deal with it? Dead end? Lin Moyu felt nervous for a moment. It was only for a moment, and then he calmed down. In the test of Original Secret Realm, there is no unsolvable dead end. Since my skills can't be used, then there are only two of you left. His eyes fell on the backs of his left and right hands. The characters of Strong Bing and the characters of Julie can be used. This is the solution to the problem. Facing the enemies rushing from all directions, Lin Moyu resolutely activated the Cohesion skill carried by the character Jia. Cohesion, gather the power of the specified summoned object, inherit all the skills of the summoned object, and fuse some attributes of the summoned object. The duration is 5 minutes, and the cooling time is 60 minutes. The description of the power-gathering skill flashed in Lin Moyu's mind. 5 minutes, not enough. There are too many enemies, and 5 minutes is not enough to kill them. Subconsciously checked his attributes, and couldn't help but frowned. Lin Moyu. Level, 74. 1000000. Agility, 1-000000. 10,000-00. Physique, 1000000. Skills, Furious Bombing, Elemental Riot, Soul Shooting, Legion Strengthening, Legion Recovery, Elimination, Charge, Group Defense, Exemption. 4-dimensional attributes, each attribute is only 1 million, which is really pitifully small. In the state where I don't use the Cohesion skill, the body strength attribute is 430,000, plus the 500,000 bonus brought by the Monarch's Scepter. The two attributes of strength and agility reached 930,000, the physical attributes reached 1.03 million. Not to mention the highest spiritual attribute, counting the Monarch's Scepter, it has exceeded 2 million. Now with the power-gathering skill, the 4-dimensional attributes are averaged, and each attribute is only 1 million. It is even weaker than without Julie state. Lin Moyu feels lonely when using this skill. Fortunately, it inherited the skills from the skeleton, the headless horseman and the general lich. There is a big difference between having skills and not having skills. Lin Moyu first used the Legion Enhancement skill from General Lich. Legion Enhancement, Level 7. All attributes increased by 70%, attack speed increased by 70%, spell casting speed increased by 70%, physical defense increased by 70%, elemental defense increased by 70%, and control resistance increased by 70%. All attributes have been increased by 70% to 100,000. Especially the attack speed increased by 70%, the effect is more obvious. Lin Moyu felt full of strength and lightness all over her body. At this time, the enemy is not far away, it started. With excitement, Lin Moyu let out a low cry, activated his skills, and rushed towards the enemy. Skill, Rush. Under the charge skill, the speed is as fast as lightning, 3,000 meters per second, which is a speed that Lin Moyu has never experienced. The storage space is also sealed, making it impossible to take out weapons. If you don't have a weapon in your hand, hit it with your fist. But it doesn't matter, Lin Moyu sees that the enemy has weapons, swords, guns, swords, shields and bows, everything is available, and he can let him choose. The appearance of the enemy is a black shadow, like thick smoke, and no specific shape can be seen. It seems to be a bit close to the human form, and it is constantly changing. Especially when Lin Moyu approached with a gust of wind, the black shadow was blown from side to side. Each group of shadows is more than 5 meters tall, and their body shape far exceeds that of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu slammed into the black shadow with a punching ability, and then punched out. With a loud bang, the file exploded. The dashing skill will cause an attack 5 times its own strength attribute, and the attack power is not small. In the shape of a black shadow, the two-handed giant sword in its hand was caught by Lin Moyu before it landed. Lin Moyu is extremely powerful, and the giant sword weighs more than 1,000 caddies, and it is effortless to hold it with one hand. Just when Lin Moyu bombarded and killed a black shadow, other black shadows had already culled, and all kinds of weapons greeted Lin Moyu. The giant sword swept across, and the weapons collided. Lin Moyu was shocked. The strength of the opponent was not much worse than him. In the case of not using skills, the strength of the two sides is equal, and I am slightly better than myself. Sharp arrows swished over, and the archers had already launched an attack on Lin Moyu. At this time Lin Moyu felt a force entering his body, but it was too late to feel what it was. One side of his body dodged sharp arrows, but then more sharp arrows flew. Lin Moyu could only continue to dodge. The sharp arrow was extremely accurate, and it seemed that Lin Moyu was locked on. Lin Moyu fought against the shadow while dodging. He found that Sombra not only had almost the same attack power as himself, but even his fighting skills were at the pinnacle, not much worse than himself. If you don't use your skills, you really can't do anything about them. As more and more black shadows surrounded him, the room for Lin Moyu to maneuver became smaller and smaller. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat, and he activated his skills. Skills, Chaos. With the skill of the Skeleton Master, Lin Moyu did not lock on any target, but launched an indiscriminate attack on the area around him with a radius of 100 meters. The elements exploded, colorful and beautiful. Lin Moyu wasn't sure if this skill could kill the opponent. He had gone to make up the knife while the element was still exploding. After counting the swords in a row, another black figure was killed, and Lin Moyu had another two-handed white sword in his hand. Holding a two-handed giant sword in each of his left and right hands, Lin Moyu danced very fast. The elemental riot worked well, severely injuring the enemy, and Lin Moyu also took the opportunity to kill several people. Lin Moyu found that every time he killed one, a strange breath would enter his body. This breath is very weak. If not for the sharpness of my soul, I would not be able to detect it. But Lin Moyu still didn't have time to find the whereabouts of this aura, and there were more and more black shadows around him. Lin Moyu fought crazily among the black shadow group, fighting to the point of madness. It had been a long time since he had fought hand-to-hand like this, and this time he fought heartily. Lin Moyu really likes this kind of melee combat, and has joined the battle many times in close quarters, as an incarnate knight with his undead army, fighting the bosses head-on. Lin Moyu feels that he seems to have the potential to be a fighter. As time became unbalanced, Lin Moyu fought more and more smoothly, and gradually figured out Sombra's fighting style. It is found that although their fighting skills are very strong, they are almost perfect. But one eye at a time, extremely rigid, not flexible enough. Moreover, their vitality is extremely weak, and it usually only takes one blow to kill them. In this way, Lin Moyu began to change his life. In the case of not using skills, he exchanged some insignificant minor injuries for the other party's life. At this time, the Legion's healing skills played a huge role, and some flesh and blood injuries could be healed with a single treatment. Even if the injury is a little serious, at most 2 or 3 treatments are enough. In this case, Lin Moyu throws skills if he has skills, and trades injuries for lives if he doesn't have skills. The black shadow was quickly cleaned up. There were thousands of black shadows rushing over in the first batch, all of them were beheaded by Lin Moyu one by one. Lin Moyu just stopped when there was no more shadow in his sight. At this time, 5 minutes have passed, and the Julie skill is still there. Lin Moyu was surprised. He was sure that when he used his skills, he felt exactly the same as before. 5 minutes of skill time, there will be no falls. However, as the battle progressed, the duration of the skill seemed to be increasing. It should be because of killing Sombra. Killing Sombra can increase the skill duration. So, as long as I kill fast enough, the power-gathering ability will always exist. And at the end of the battle, I felt that my strength had increased again, and the 2 swords became lighter. Lin Moyu checked his own attributes. Attributes did increase, each rising to 2.04 million. 2.04 million attributes, that means the basic attributes have reached 1.2 million. There were almost 2,000 black shadows just now, and every time you kill one, you can increase the attribute by 100. Lin Moyu understands that killing Sombra can not only increase the duration of Cohesion skill, but also increase the basic attributes. Moreover, Lin Moyu guessed based on his own experience that it is impossible to have only one wave of assessment. There is definitely a second wave, a third wave. If the test of Original Secret Realm would be so simple, then the success rate would not be so low. Sure enough, before Lin Moyu could take a breath, a new enemy appeared not far away. This time it was a group of knights, the Flame Knights. Their bodies are burning with fierce flames, and they wear heavy armor, and the mounts under them are covered with airtight armor. Lin Moyu judged at just one glance. The opponent was not afraid of fire, and secondly, he had extremely high defense, which was definitely much more difficult to deal with than Sombra. The flames streaked across like a streamer, and the Flame Knight had already killed him. Lin Moyu's whole body tensed up, and he couldn't help shouting, "Sister!" The skill used by the other party is obviously the rushing skill he used just now. He even used his own skills to deal with himself. The speed of the charge skill is too fast, and the distance of several kilometers is reached in a blink of an eye. Lin Moyu didn't even think about it, he waved his swords, and his skill, Elemental Riot. With itself as the center, a radius of 100 meters exploded. During the explosion, Lin Moyu also used the charge skill, and charged with two swords. The power of the Elemental Riot is directly related to the strength of the mental power. As the attribute increases, the power of the skill also increases. Although the Flame Knight was not killed by the bomb, he was still blown upside down. The dashing skills were also abruptly interrupted at the last moment. Lin Moyu seized this opportunity and launched the charge skill. Two two-handed giant swords that were bigger than others strangled. The dashing skill exerted a super attacking power, splitting the Flame Knight with his mount in two. The flame soared into the sky, and a magical breath penetrated into the body. The duration of the gathering skill has been increased again, and the attributes have also been slightly increased. Lin Moyu broke into the group of Flame Knights and played the previous style again. Trading injuries for lives has been tried and tested. Although he got the dashing ability from Lin Moyu, he obviously didn't learn Lin Moyu's way of exchanging injuries for lives. Although there are many Flame Knights, they cannot form an effective siege. Lin Moyu kept moving around, always keeping himself on the periphery, not giving the opponent a chance to encircle. The Flame Knight kept falling under the sword of Lin 643 whispering, and his attributes improved. Lin Moyu became stronger and more efficient as he fought. This time Lin Moyu killed more skillfully and more easily. In less than an hour, 1,000 seemingly powerful Flame Knights had been killed by Lin Moyu. These Flame Knights, no matter which one is taken out, will not be weaker than a professional knight at level 80. But even if Lin Moyu's whole body's skills are sealed, he can kill them without leaving any of them by relying only on the Cohesion skill. It can be seen from this that the skills brought by Original Rune are indeed very powerful. Lin Moyu also considered before entering Original Secret Realm, if only one of the two skills can be left, he will choose the Pressure skill. Judging from the superficial combat power, the Strengthen Soldiers skill has a greater boost to oneself. But Lin Moyu always remembers one sentence: one's own strength is the real strength. He is full of expectations for the Cohesion skill. Although this skill is not too strong now, it may have infinite possibilities in the future. Whether he is breaking through to the god level or even becoming a super god in the future, he can improve his strength more than once. Lin Moyu always had this idea in his heart, and Tian was firm. Of course, if possible, the Strength Soldiers skill cannot be given up. The combination of the two is bound to be stronger. When all the Flame Knights were wiped out, Lin Moyu took a deep breath. Not at all tired, Lin Moyu was surprised to find that the power of divinity had not been sealed. Not only was his skill sealed, but even his talent was sealed. But the power of divinity is still at work. What it means, Lin Moyu is very clear. The source of divine power is the Shenzhou Ding, and Antares was shocked by the Shenzhou Ding, which shows that the Shenzhou Ding is extraordinary. Now that the power of divinity has not been sealed, it is absolutely certain that the Shenzhou Ding and Original Rune belong to the same level of items. Only high but not low. In this way, I still took advantage of it. Lin Moyu thought in his heart that the mere existence of divine power gave him an advantage. With a fatigue recovery rate of 7,400%, he almost became a tireless fighting machine. Even if the high-intensity battle lasts for several days and nights, you will not feel tired. If it were someone else, even if they survived the 2 waves of war, it is still a question of whether they can hold on. Lin Moyu checked the attributes, and the attributes increased again. Each attribute has increased by 200,000, and the basic attribute of each item has reached 1.4 million. After strengthening the skill bonus, the individual attribute is 2.38 million, and the total attribute is 9.52 million, which is close to the tens of millions. Lin Moyu has used Julie more than once, and Julie has an upper limit. 9.99 million is tens of thousands, and it is impossible to break through the god level. This is limited by the law. But Lin Moyu felt that maybe in Original Secret Realm, this restriction could be broken. If he wins another game and his attributes increase again, he can feel the god-level power of tens of millions of attributes in advance. This is also helpful for him to break through to the god level. In Lin Moyu's anticipation, a third enemy appeared. Not a batch this time, just one. Appearing in front of Lin Moyu is a humanoid creature. Wearing armor, you can't see your face clearly. The body shape is 90% similar to Lin Moyu. Also holding 2 giant swords, same as Lin Moyu's. Lin Moyu was stunned. This guy is imitating himself. Before, it just imitated the rushing skills. This time it seems to be more excessive, and even the body-shaped weapons have begun to imitate. What the hell is this? Lin Moyu feels that all his skills will be imitated. Although there is only one enemy this time, it gives Lin Moyu a more dangerous feeling. Without giving Lin Moyu a chance to think, the other party launched a rushing skill and killed him. Lin Moyu repeated his old tricks, and when the opponent was about to approach, the elements rioted. This time there is no need for a range attack, there is only one target, and it is locked directly. The explosion exploded, and Lin Moyu's eyes narrowed. He saw a different light, which belonged to group defense. Then the opponent came out of the explosion, still wearing group defense skills. Sure enough, I have learned all my skills. Looking at the momentum, the attributes should be close to mine. I don't know if my style of playing with injuries for lives has also been learned. Lin Moyu's heart was awe-inspiring. He didn't dare to be careless, and directly stopped the attack with his sword. Both sides held 2-handed giant swords with one hand, and the 4 swords clashed, which was deafening. The space is hit with circles of ripples, spreading outward like waves, layer upon layer, and the entire world is distorting. The strength of the 2 sides is very close, almost equal. The same is true of playing skills. Lin Moyu traded his injury for his life, and the opponent did the same. Lin Moyu healed his injuries, and so did the other party. Gritting his teeth, Lin Moyu not only imitated his skills, imitated his attributes, but also imitated his style of play. It's like fighting with yourself. The 2 fought endlessly, sword shadows flickered, and neither could do anything to the other. Lin Moyu changed several styles of play, and the guest skills took turns. But the other party will do it too, it's useless at all. Especially the existence of healing skills, it is too heaven-defying. Even if Lin Moyu seizes the opportunity and injures the opponent, he can heal within 2 or 3 strokes. Only then did Lin Moyu realize how difficult he was. How hopeless it must be to be your own enemy. At least for now, I am quite desperate. It seems that we can only fight for endurance. You can imitate my skills and attributes, but you certainly cannot imitate the power of divinity. Lin Moyu pinned all his hopes on the power of divinity. The power of divinity cannot be sealed, which means that it is of a very high level, and it is estimated that it cannot be imitated. If the opponent's stamina is also unlimited, then there is no need to fight, just surrender and admit defeat. Lin Moyu gritted his teeth and attacked wildly. The same is true for the opponent, crazily counterattacking. As a result, energy consumption increases dramatically. Lin Moyu relies on the power of divinity, whether it is physical or mental strength, all have amazing recovery experience. After fighting like this for a long time, Lin Moyu finally smiled. The opponent was tired, his speed began to decrease, and his attack power also began to weaken. At their level, a little difference is a world of difference. Lin Moyu's attack was even more violent, and one sword was faster than the other. Every sword is full force, and the style of avoiding life with injury is used again. He knew that he had to consume the opponent as soon as possible, so as to gain an overwhelming advantage. Sure enough, after hundreds of swords, Lin Moyu seized the opportunity. A sword slashed across the opponent's neck, the blade cut through the armor, and directly took the head. Panting lightly, not because of exhaustion, but because of victory. Finally, he won, and finally defeated himself. This is just me with my skills sealed. If I meet myself with all my skills fully activated, then I think it will be even more difficult. Lin Moyu has deeply realized how strong he is, and knows that he is indeed a tough guy. Deeply mourn for one's enemies for 3 seconds. At the same time, Lin Moyu was also vigilant. He saw the huge monster in the sky that blocked the sky, and that was the truly powerful existence. There are so many invincible strong men in the starry sky, as well as the young and old man who instantly killed them into scum. This is the real strong man, and he is nothing at all. There was another strong smell of blood. During the battle just now, the smell of blood disappeared. Now it spreads again. Once again a drop of blood fell from the air and hit Lin Moyu on the head, turning him into a human again. Lin Moyu didn't hide, because there was no way to hide. The smell of blood is brought by this drop of blood. The smell of blood from a drop of blood is comparable to a sea of blood. Then drop after drop of blood fell, all on Lin Moyu's body. Lin Moyu seemed to be drenched in a rain of blood, and his whole body turned into a blood man. The law and the blood slowly penetrated from all parts of Lin Moyu's body. Lin Moyu couldn't stop the penetration of the law. These bloods from unknown powerhouses contain extremely powerful and terrifying laws. The law also entered the soul, and did not arouse the reaction of the 9-colored dragon soul crystal. They are not malicious. Since it cannot be stopped, it can only be enjoyed. The law mobilized the energy flowing through his whole body, and at the same time mobilized the history of his soul. The bondage in the soul seems to have weakened, and wisps of soul power flowed out. The law and the power of the soul that poured into the whole body merged with each other, and finally gathered into a sea, rushing towards the character Zhe on the right hand. All the power has entered the character of Zhe. The character Zhe on the back of the right hand exploded with unprecedented light, shining brilliantly. Hot. Very hot. Like a ball of flames burning on the back of the hand. In the flames, the character Zhe came off the back of his hand and appeared in front of Lin Moyu. Because of the power of the soul, Lin Moyu can clearly sense that the character Zhe in front of him has a wonderful connection with himself, as if it is a part of himself. In the past, I didn't have this feeling, even if the skills belonged to me, I didn't have this feeling of soul connection. There was blood dripping from the air. It fell drop by drop on the Zhe character, dyeing the Zhe character into a reddish-purple color. Huge laws penetrated into it, and the characters of Zhe began to change shape. The characters distorted, began to shrink, and all strokes were bending. Eventually, the characters became a fist-sized bead. Skill Star Core. Lin Moyu was greatly shocked. Unexpectedly, the character of the hero left the body, and after being watered by the blood of an unknown strongman, it turned into a Skill Star Core. Lin Moyu instinctively reached out to grab it, and suddenly the Skill Star Core turned into a stream of light, which instantly penetrated into Lin Moyu's eyebrows. Immediately after that, a Skill Star Core appeared in the soul. The soul shook violently. At this moment, all the shackles in the soul were lifted, and the power of the soul was completely liberated. Lin Moyu was blessed to the soul, and a large amount of soul power was continuously poured into the Skill Star Core. Inject soul power to increase fusion. Nothing is more important than this right now. All of Lin Moyu's consciousness is concentrated here, and the power of the soul is injected crazily, regardless of the cost. It is very difficult to improve the degree of integration. The first time is the best opportunity to improve the degree of integration, and this opportunity cannot be missed. Lin Moyu looks calm on the surface, but the inside is turbulent. Lin Moyu mobilized his soul to such a degree for the first time, completely regardless of the consequences. He just wants to improve the integration now. With the injection of soul power, the skill star core began to shine, and layers of golden sun appeared. Seeing this situation, Lin Moyu increased his horsepower even more. He knew that the more he paid now, the more he would gain later. I have had 3 experiences and enjoyed 3 soul feedings. After passing through the skill star core, the power of the soul will become more pure, and the level of the soul will also increase accordingly. After his soul level was raised to the god level, he has been slowly progressing. The domain divine stone continued to use the charm blue flame to enhance the soul, but the effect was getting weaker, and would soon reach the limit. 9-colored dragon soul crystal has a strong effect, but its attributes increase slowly, and it takes a lot of time to grind. On the contrary, the soul feedback of the skill star core can be strengthened a lot at one time. Now he is very far away from the soul level of level 91, only 1 line away. Lin Moyu believes that after this soul feedback, the soul level will be able to successfully reach level 91. The higher the soul level, the purer the soul power. Normally, a professional's soul level is about the same as his level, and most soul levels will be weaker than his level. It is relatively easy to obtain soul energy, just fight monsters. It is much more difficult to improve the soul level, and it is a passive improvement under no accidental circumstances. It is also this situation that makes it more difficult for professionals to achieve the god level. When it reaches level 88 or 89, things will stop and it will be difficult to make progress. But Lin Moyu took a completely different path from ordinary professionals. Under all kinds of adventures, his soul level far exceeds his own level. Now his soul level is a big bucket, and his soul energy is just the water in the bucket, which is not filled at all. Lin Moyu is not in a hurry to fill the bucket. He is more concerned about improving the quality of the bucket and increasing the capacity of the bucket so that it can hold more water in the future. Under Lin Moyu's infusion of soul at any cost, this skill star core from the origin rune finally reached its limit. Lin Moyu felt a feeling of being hollowed out, that is, all the power of the soul was exhausted. Even with the help of divine power, he couldn't bear such consumption. The soul becomes dry, and this feeling is very unpleasant. Lin Moyu even felt drowsy, wishing he could fall asleep for 3 days and 3 nights. But Lin Moyu has a smile on his face. He can feel that the connection between him and the skill star core is unprecedentedly close. It even surpassed his own 3 skill star cores. Original rune, S skill star core, is really strong. Lin Moyu didn't expect that it could absorb all the power of his soul. Unlike my own skill star core, which is saturated without absorbing much. It was finally full, and it kept spinning in Lin Moyu's soul, turning faster and faster, without any intention of stopping. During the rotation, the pure Lingwei area is continuously sprayed out. These soul energies come from Lin Moyu, and now through the transformation of the skill star core, they become more pure. The soul is moistened like the dry earth, and it becomes full in an instant. The skill star core rotates faster and faster. Lin Moyu can't count how many times it rotates per second, and feels that it must exceed tens of thousands per second. The soul energy is also spit out more and more. The level of the soul is gradually rising. Lin Moyu likes to see this kind of mutually reinforcing and win-win situation. Accompanied by a silent vibration, the soul took a step forward and finally reached level 91. The skill star core has also taken root in Lin Moyu's soul. It is still spinning fast, completely different from the other 3 skill star cores. Even now, there is no intention of stopping. Lin Moyu realized that it might go on like this forever and never stop. It was full of golden light, and Lin Moyu was shocked to see it. Could it be that the degree of integration has reached 100%? Not so. Antares once told himself that before becoming a super god, the limit of skill fusion is 99%, and it is impossible to reach 100%. But the skill star core in front of him is indeed golden in color, extremely pure. Just looking is inaccurate, Lin Moyu checked with excitement. Gathering power, fusion rate 99%, consume the power of the soul, gather the power of the summoned object, inherit all the skills of the summoned object, and the attributes after using the skills are only limited by the user's own soul level. When you are in the state of concentration, killing the enemy can harvest the enemy's soul, supplement your own soul consumption, and improve your own soul level. Sure enough, the fusion degree is 99%. Lin Moyu guessed that the last point of fusion degree should be in the center of the star core. It is estimated that it is not possible to increase the skill fusion to 100% until he becomes a super god. However, 99% integration is already very strong, and it cannot be too extravagant. Look at the attributes of the skill again. From the rune on the back of the hand to the star core of the skill, and finally into the soul, the skill will inevitably undergo some wonderful changes. First of all, there is no time limit for using it. As long as the power of the soul is sufficient, it can always maintain the state of concentration. The attribute limit after gathering strength is only limited by the user's whole body level. The subtext of this sentence is to ignore the law. Lin Moyu was excited, his soul level has reached level 91 now. If you use the power gathering skill, can you reach level 91 and become a god in one step? Oh no, it's a skill that allows him to have real god-level combat power. There is also the most important change, killing the enemy in the state of gathering strength. You can harvest the enemy's soul, replenish your own soul consumption, and at the same time improve your soul level. What is this? Completely support war with war, the more war the stronger. I don't know if the enemies I killed with the undead army can harvest their souls. Lin Moyu feels that he is a little whimsical, but he has never tried it, so who knows? Little guy, have you finished watching? Just when Lin Moyu was taking it for granted, an old voice suddenly sounded. The surrounding area is too quiet, and there is not even a wind in the secret realm, and there was no one around Lin Moyu. If someone appeared, his soul would naturally react. The sudden sound startled Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu opened his eyes and saw an old man looking at him with a kind smile. Startled, Lin Moyu calmed down quickly, and saluted the old man respectfully. I have seen you, senior. The old man's face was kind, and he said repeatedly, there is no need to be too polite, no need to be too polite. He is being polite, Lin Moyu really dares to be so, the etiquette that should be done still needs to be in place. Lin Moyu knew that being able to appear in front of him without a breath, without even arousing his soul's alertness, this kind of existence must be extraordinary. The old man seemed very satisfied with Lin Moyu's attitude. How is it? Are you satisfied with your source skills? Senior, are you saying that what I got is called source skill? It was the first time Lin Moyu heard the word source skill benevolence. The old man smiled. What? Is there something wrong with the name of the skill? Lin Moyu quickly shook his head. It's not wrong, it's very appropriate. Original rune, original secret realm, original skill, there is indeed a sense of continuity. Skills come from source runes, called source skills, which is indeed very appropriate. The old man smiled and said, did you see that big bird in the sky? Lin Moyu looked at the huge monster in the sky. It covered the sky and the sun, and what he saw was only the tip of the iceberg, and he couldn't tell what kind of creature it was. But since the old man said it was a bird, it should be a bird. Lin Moyu could only nod. I see. The old man smiled and said, it's not the real body, it's just a phantom. The real body is more than 10,000 times bigger. Lin Moyu was taken aback again, and now the sky was overshadowed. Standing below, I can only see a part of it. Its body length is estimated to be over hundreds of kilometers, not smaller than a city. If it is magnified 10,000 times, wouldn't it be comparable to the sun, the moon, and the stars? Is there really such a huge creature in the world? Lin Moyu didn't hide his shock. The old man seemed very satisfied with the effect, and said with a smile, it's called Yuan bird, and it bears the original blood. The primordial bloodline is a treasure, extremely precious. It's a pity that it has a treasure but is not strong enough to use it. In the end, he was hunted and killed by an invincible strongman, and he refined the 9-character mantra with blood. Pro, soldier, fight, person, all, array, line up, in front of. The old man spoke word by word, with a slightly flat tone. But every word made Lin Moyu feel like an earthquake in his heart. Original rune actually came from this. The old man continued, masters from all over the world fought over each other for the 9-character mantra, and blood stained the galaxy. My master got the 9-character mantra, created the original secret realm, and turned the 9-character mantra into 9 original runes. Having said this, the old man stopped and did not continue. Lin Moyu knew that he had already said enough, and from these few words, he had already revealed too much information. Yuan Bird, the invincible powerhouse, the master of the secret realm. Combined with the scene he saw before entering the gazebo, Lin Moyu guessed whether the old man's owner might be the old man riding a green bull. And that old man, could it be the Taoist ancestor in the Chinese legend in the previous life, Lao Tzu, who wrote the Tao Te Ching? Lin Moyu didn't dare to ask. If the other party didn't tell, he couldn't ask. He understands this truth. The strength is not enough, the more you know, the faster you die. Lin Moyu's thoughts turned sharply. The Yuan bird was hunted and killed just like that? Isn't it possible for monsters to be reborn after being killed? The old man laughed out loud, very happy. Yes, yes, yes. Monsters can be reborn after being hunted. Lin Moyu looked blank, analyzing the meaning of the old man's laughter. Although the old man has a kind face, he looks like a harmless old man. But this kind of existence, moody, must not just look at the surface. Lin Moyu is very cautious and used to it. Dang even followed the old man's words and said, is it possible to repeatedly kill the source bird and continuously obtain the 9-character mantra? He acted a little ignorant, but his heart was like a mirror, guessing that once Yuan Niao died, it would be impossible to resurrect it in all likelihood. Otherwise, countless strong men would not have bloodstained the galaxy for the sake of the 9-character mantra. It's just that he wants to show his ignorance in order to learn something from the old man. The old man laughed for a long time, looking so happy that he almost burst into tears. After he laughed heartily, he said just now, I'm not kidding you anymore. Little guy, your world is governed by rules, and monsters can indeed be resurrected after death. But the original bird is not good. There is only one original bird. If it dies, it is dead. Although Yuan bird cannot be resurrected, the original rune, transformed from the 9-character mantra, can be copied infinitely and exist in various forms. It's just that if you want the original rune to reach the level of the mantra, it is beyond reach. Lin Moyu showed disappointment on his face. Is there no calendar? The old man shook his head. It's not that there is no way, it's just that it's too difficult. As long as you learn one of the 9-character mantras and master them well, you will have the opportunity to become an invincible powerhouse. It's not so easy to do. The old man has studied for countless years. When the old man said this, he stopped again, but he still couldn't continue. Lin Moyu still had disappointment on his face, as if he hadn't heard the old man's words. The invincible strong, then senior, your master has obtained all the 9-character mantras, isn't that super invincible? The old man was amused again. Master's realm is not something you and I can speculate. Master doesn't take the 9-character mantra seriously. But having said that, you are pretty good. You can get 2 original runes, and transform one of them into an original skill. The rules of your world are really strange. I don't know which supreme being created the rules. It's very interesting. Lin Moyu showed a look of incomprehension, as if he didn't understand what the old man said. The old man didn't care, and continued, that's enough for the small talk, let's talk about your second, original rune. Lin Moyu saluted respectfully, and the younger generation listened attentively. The old man said, original rune is derived from the 9-character mantra, getting 1 is a great chance, and getting 2 is a great chance. But since ancient times, there have been quite a few people who have obtained the original rune, but those who can finally obtain the original skill are very few. You have obtained an original skill, which is already a supreme opportunity. As for the second, original rune. The meaning of the old man is very clear. He does not want Lin Moyu to continue. But he didn't say it clearly. Lin Moyu has experienced a similar dungeon mystery. and realized that there may be some rules that restrict the old man, so that the old man cannot speak out. However, his meaning is already very clear, it is only a fool who can understand it. Lin Moyu did understand, but he still pretended not to understand, and was even anxious. How about the second, original rune? Senior, please explain clearly. The old man's eyes flickered, and he couldn't tell anything from Lin Moyu's expression. If Lin Moyu is over 50 years old, he can be sure that Lin Moyu is pretending not to understand. But Lin Moyu is too young. He can see that Lin Moyu's bone age is less than 22 years old. Perhaps such a young man really didn't understand the meaning of his words. But he couldn't say it clearly. According to the rules in the secret realm, he can only answer Lin Moyu's question. If you want to turn the second, original rune, into a source skill, the difficulty will increase exponentially. I suggest. Before he finished speaking, Lin Moyu said eagerly, my teacher once told me that no matter how difficult the road ahead is, you have to try. A true warrior should not be afraid of failure. Even if you die, lose your head, it's just a scar the size of a bowl. 18 years later, he's regained a hero. And I believe that seniors will definitely not watch me die. According to the records of our human race, no one who entered the original secret realm has ever died, not even injured. The old man's mouth twitched. Lin Moyu's words made him feel irrefutable. Of course no one will die in original secret realm, but that's a story. The corners of the old man's eyes flickered slightly. Have you ever thought that no one dies, because all the people who come out are alive? And the real dead people will not tell the outside world. Lin Moyu knew what he meant, but he just wanted to tell himself that dead people are also possible, but dead people can't speak outside. But Lin Moyu heard a trace of anxiety from his words. Obviously, the old man didn't want to continue. This further confirmed my guess, there must be tricks in it. Immediately said, Senior, I have decided, I must try it. If I really die, then I am not destined, my life is not big enough. The old man stared at Lin Moyu for a long time without saying a word. Lin Moyu looked sincere and full of anticipation. It looks like a kid who doesn't know the dangers of hell and wants to rush in. In the end, the old man could only follow the rules in the secret realm. If this is the case, let's start. The old man slowly faded and disappeared before Lin Moyu's eyes. At the last moment of his disappearance, Lin Moyu saw a fierce light from the corner of his eyes. He wants to kill me. Lin Moyu's heart was awe-inspiring, but he didn't dare to have any reaction, and he still maintained the sincerity before. He couldn't tell whether the old man was still here at all, and he could only act until the end. The bloody smell that penetrated the soul rose again, and a drop of blood fell from the sky. This time Lin Moyu had experience and let the blood splash on his head. He knew that it was the blood of Yuan Bird, and the blood contained the law of Yuan Bird. Because original rune evolved from the 9-character mantra. And the 9-character mantra was refined from Yuan Niao's blood. So the blood of the source bird has the effect of activating original rune. After passing the assessment, original rune will also be fully stimulated with the blood of the original bird, and finally become the original skill. So this drop of blood, Lin Moyu had to be poured. The blood also carries the tyrannical law, and the talents and skills are sealed again. But this time is different from the previous one. Not all skills were sealed this time. None of the summoning skills have been sealed. There is also the power of divinity, it is high above, and it is also not affected by the seal. Looking at the gleaming, original rune, on the back of his left hand, it is still only, original rune, and has not yet been transformed into an original skill. Strictly speaking, it is still a foreign object and does not belong to itself. The purpose of the assessment is to see how you can use it effectively, to what extent you can use it, and whether it meets the requirements of the assessment. Judging from the last assessment, it is basically impossible for him to pass the 3 battles in a row if he does not have the power of divinity. If you change to another profession, that is to say, if you don't have other special abilities, it is impossible to pass. It is precisely because of this that for so many years, very few people have acquired the source skills. A moment passed after the blood drip, but still no enemies appeared. Lin Moyu's expression became more serious. he realized that something was wrong. When the old man left, the murderous intent in his eyes was real. This shows that he seems to have the ability to kill himself in the secret realm. Perhaps there are some loopholes in the secret realm, which he found. But Lin Moyu can be sure that he can't do it himself, so if he wants to kill himself, there is only one way to use the assessment. The difficulty of the assessment should be very high, to the point where you can kill yourself. In this way, even if his master blames him, he can't say anything. And how powerful his master is, how could he be noticed by the other party with such a small existence? There are questions about many things, and Lin Moyu has no answers yet. Many clues are still entangled, and he needs time to clear up and analyze. Now is not the time. With the black smoke falling from the sky, Lin Moyu felt extremely violent energy fluctuations. Close to God level. Lin Moyu's heart trembled, the black smoke fell to the ground, and then exploded. The earth, the sky, and in all directions, countless enemies appeared. There are races, dragons, and demons among them. One by one holding a sword, full of murderous aura. Lin Moyu is boundless at a glance, with a total of more than 100,000, and each of them has a strength close to the god level. Either level 88 or level 89. Lin Moyu believes in his own judgment, these enemies are very powerful. Then 3 streaks of black smoke fell from the sky, turning into 3 steel giants over 1,000 meters tall. The giant exudes a truly god-level aura. I didn't even think about letting people pass through. Lin Moyu's eyes flickered, and he put away all the previous disguises. With 3 god-level giants and 100,000 god-level fighters, it is impossible for any professional to pass through such a lineup. Not to mention that he is only at level 74, even if he is at level 89, he will end up being killed in seconds. The other party wanted to kill him, and he must have the means to kill him. But is he really that easy to kill? Lin Moyu's eyes were serious, and he whispered to himself, if it were someone else, I would definitely die, but that's not necessarily the case. If the summoned skeleton king failed to move into the soul before, maybe it would be a little troublesome. For now, it's just the Thunder Tree Wind Flower group with a slightly higher level. This group of seemingly powerful enemies has been regarded by Lin Moyu as thunderous. With a heartbeat, the undead army appeared in unison. This time, without any reservations, the undead army went all out. Because the strong soldier skill is related to summoning skills, there is no ceiling summoning skill. The undead army is the skill that Lin Moyu relies on for survival. No matter how strong other skills are, they are not as strong as summoning. The undead army is the signature of the necromancer. The undead army with a number as high as 172,800 appeared around Lin Moyu, filling the sky and the ground to the brim. In the outermost circle are 43,200 headless horsemen, all of them braving silvery white flames, menacing. Behind the headless horsemen are 43,200 skeleton berserkers, holding sharp axes in their hands. The 74-level legendary skeleton berserkers have reached a height of about 3 meters, and their bones have already been covered with golden light. At the end of the team are the skeleton archmage and skeleton marksman. The undead army was full of lifeless spirit, and in the silver-white light, there was a thunderous death spirit. The whole scene was eerie. The Lich General immediately began to bless the state, and beams of light soared to the sky above the undead army. The momentum continues to rise, and the attributes increase sharply, although Lin Moyu knew that he was still a little short of the opponent, but the difference was not too much. I have an absolute advantage in numbers, coupled with the undead army's undead characteristics, this battle will be victorious and undefeated. Rattle. Boom. When the undead army appeared, thunder crackled in the air. Lin Moyu looked up, but saw nothing. But I knew in my heart that the old man should be surprised. He lowered his head and smiled at the corners of his eyes. Surprised? There is something more surprising to you. The summoning is not over yet, and the elemental liches are dispatched collectively. Circle after circle of halos appeared at the feet of the undead army. Flame halo, storm halo, freezing halo, earth halo, lightning halo, Holy Light Halo, Undead Halo, Poisonous Halo. The 8 halos flash alternately, one within the other. There was another thunder in the sky. The old man who didn't know where he was hiding had a slightly ferocious expression at this time. What kind of skill is this? How can there be such a skill? Rules, are bloody rules. Why don't you let me shoot? I've found that loophole. Why is this happening? But fortunately, this kid doesn't have god-level subordinates. But in the next second, his eyes widened and his mouth opened wide, and he staggered back half a step, too frightened to move. The sky was cloudy, and the whole secret place became dark and oppressive. 2 skeleton thrones, one large and one small, appeared in the air. The 2 skeleton kings slowly got up from the throne. The skeleton king is also one big and one small, and one of them exudes a god-level breath. The other is a little weaker, not far from the god level. The god-level skeleton king was summoned by Lin Moyu with 100,000 skeletons. The other skeletron is summoned with 20,000 skeletons. The skeletons used by the 2 are 5 times different, so the difference is naturally huge. There was no thunder in the sky this time. Lin Moyu secretly smiled. Aren't you surprised this time? Think this is over? If I'm not wrong, in the assessment, the duration of the strong soldier skill is far longer than 30 seconds. Should be the same as the concentration skill. You can increase the skill duration by killing enemies. In that case, Lin Moyu's heart moved, and he took the lead in attacking. The Headless Horseman launched a charge immediately, rushing out like a flaming meteor. Lin Moyu activated Strength Soldiers at the same time, and the momentum of all undead legions increased again. Under the effect of Strong Soldier skill, the undead army is not weaker than the opponent at all. And the number is crushing the opponent. The old man hiding in the dark was completely numb. He has lived for countless years, and he has never been as shocked as he is today. What kind of skill has this kid soldier character turned into? Why is it so strong? I have never seen anything like this before. This kid is not only invincible at the same level, but killing enemies by leapfrogging is as easy as eating and drinking. Even if it's placed in the myriad worlds, it's still the pride of the heaven's chosen one in a million. In his shock, the big battle started. The 2 skeleton kings swung the giant bone sword at the same time. Skill, slay god. The god-level skeleton king, who has reached level 92 and is in peak state, his goal is the 3 god-level steel giants. For god-slaying skills, the fewer targets you attack, the more attack power will increase slightly. The other skeleton king locked onto Xia as much as possible. The sword light erupted, exploding gorgeous light on the battlefield. The 3 steel giants flew back in the sword light, and their seemingly hard steel bodies were smashed to pieces in the sword light like tofu. With just one strike, the 3 steel giants almost died. Level 90 and level 92 peaks, although the difference is only 2 levels, but the difference in strength is several times. Especially the Skeleton King's God-slaying sword, its power has exceeded the limit of level 92. On the battlefield, a large number of sword lights appeared, and countless enemies were beheaded on the spot, breaking 2 with one sword. As a power gathering of 20,000 skeletons, coupled with the Strength Soldier skill blessing, although it is not yet at the god level, it is enough to instantly kill the existence of non-god level. The power of the skill is too great, too big for these guys to resist. The roar exploded. The Skeleton King moved very fast, and after the Sword of God slaying, there was an elemental riot. They don't skimp on their skills. Without any tactical arrangements, 2 skills are enough to instantly kill most enemies. The steel giant was completely blown to pieces, and he was terribly dead, and a large number of enemies were also blown to death. The 2 skeleton kings, one in front and the other behind, broke into the enemy group separately and began to fight hand-to-hand. The huge sword opened and closed, with sword energy vertically and horizontally, cutting and flying countless enemies. Under the giant sword of white bones, the garden recruits the enemy. The headless horseman also collided with the enemy, and the dashing skills exploded with amazing power, knocking the enemy to pieces. Whether it is heaven or earth, without exception. The headless horseman's sword is also very sharp, and it is equally merciless in cutting. Skeleton berserkers followed one after another, throwing violent blasting skills as soon as they came up, in order to kill more enemies in the first place. Skeleton archmage and skeleton marksman have also started. After reaching the legendary level, their attack range is astonishingly large. How far the specific attack distance is, even Lin Moyu, the master, doesn't know. Anyway, their limit has not been discovered yet. The elemental riot is exactly the same as the skeleton king, but it is slightly less powerful. However, there were enough skeleton masters, and the explosions continued one after another. Skeleton sharpshooter and soul shooting are even more arrows. Although these enemies were only created by some special means, in order to pursue reality, they actually possessed something similar to souls. As if each enemy is a real living body. Lin Moyu also had to lament at this. The skill of the master of the secret realm is unimaginable. Compared with using puppets for assessment, I don't know how many times stronger it is. Lin Moyu believes that 100,000 fighters and 3 gods are by no means the limit of the secret realm, let alone the limit of the master of the secret realm. At most, it was the limit that the old man could achieve. As soon as the battle broke out, Lin Moyu's side established an absolute advantage. With a tyrannical posture, the god-level skeleton king killed 3 god-level steel giants in seconds with only 2 skills, then enter the battlefield and start a massacre. The headless horseman is also killing all directions, riding a flaming bone horse, crisscrossing the battlefield. They step on the aura, freezing, flame, lightning, poisonous, and various auras act on the enemy. He has been severely injured before the battle. The storm halo greatly increases the speed of the headless horsemen, making their actions faster and weirder. No matter whether the enemy is human, dragon, or demon, they cannot resist their attacks. Lin Moyu found that although the human race, dragon race, and demons created by the secret realm are powerful, they are actually not that strong. The skills are chaotic and disorganized. I have power, but I don't know how to use it. If I remember correctly, it should be the memory of skills left by the members of the 3 races who have entered the assessment secret realm before. They were eliminated too early, so there are very few skills left, or even no skills left. That guy was just a copy, and it turned out to be completely different. This assessment was too easy for Lin Moyu, not as good as the previous one. The enemy that completely simulated Lin Moyu really gave Lin Moyu a headache. But now, Lin Moyu just issued an order, and the rest are freely played by the undead army. The strength soldier skill is exactly what he thought it was. As the enemies continue to be slaughtered, the duration of the strength soldier skill is also increasing. After 30 seconds, it still exists and has not entered the cooldown. In fact, now, it doesn't matter whether you enter the cooling or not. This assessment has turned into a one-sided massacre. Killing them all is a matter of time, and it doesn't even take much time. In less than 10 minutes, the battle was declared over. Under the unscrupulous killing of the undead army, the 100,000 army was killed without leaving any armor, and no one survived. Lin Moyu looked at the sky with sincerity in his eyes, as if he was harmless to humans and animals. It is impossible to tell that he is the master of the undead army, who just slaughtered 100,000 troops. Lin Moyu was waiting for the second round of assessment, but the assessment did not come, but blood came. Yuan Bird's blood fell from the air, with a strong fishy smell, first dripping on his body. The previous scene was repeated again. Lin Moyu was a little dazed. Is the assessment over? Is it over after just one game? Didn't it say that the difficulty is doubled? He thought that there would be a second and a third game. It must be some child's play. But it's good that it's over, long nights and many dreams. All I want to get is the source skill, as long as I can get it. There was another thunderclap in the air, this time not just one, but many. The old man did not appear, he expressed his anger with thunder. As for whether Lin Moyu can understand, it doesn't matter. Lin Moyu was bathed in blood, looked up at the sky, and said to himself, maybe it's the restrictions of the rules that prevent him from doing it himself. Lin Moyu knew very well that if he could do it himself, he would definitely die. Blood was drenched all over his body, and the smell of blood was extremely strong. Then all the blood seeped into the body, it was not visible at all from the surface. The law in the blood flows in the body, becoming a bridge between the soul and the original rune. Driven by the power of the law, the soul energy with the imprint of Lin Moyu rushed towards the original rune. After receiving the power of the law from the source bird, the source rune was truly activated and presented in front of Lin Moyu in a second form. A big character being appeared in front of Lin Moyu, floating in midair. Then one drop after another of blood fell from the air, dripping on the characters of Lin Moyu, who has already experienced it once, has experience and knows that this is the last step to convert the source rune into the source skill. The conversion needs to be done through the blood of the source bird. Lin Moyu had to praise again, the master of the secret realm is really superb. The thunderclap stopped at some point, and the surrounding area became quiet again. Lin Moyu realized that the other party should have given up. The rules of the secret realm are not something he can fight against, and maybe he can make some small changes from it, but he can't move because of the situation. He could only watch helplessly as he acquired the second source skill. Soon, the skill star core transformed from the character soldier also appeared in front of his eyes, and then swished into his soul world. The power of the soul boiled again, frantically pouring into the skill star core. But because Lin Moyu had consumed too much soul energy before, although after feeding back, the soul level has improved a lot, the soul energy that can be consumed is still consumed. After the non-stop recovery of divine power, it has not fully recovered until now, only recovering to about 2/3 of its heyday. If I had known earlier, this assessment should have been postponed. Lin Moyu realized that he had done it too quickly. Maybe he didn't want to give the opponent another chance to make trouble for him, so Lin Moyu killed very cleanly. The result of 0.3 is counterproductive, resulting in insufficient soul energy. I don't know how much integration there will be this time. I can only do my best and obey the destiny. Lin Moyu also has no choice but to be content with everything. He knew this truth, and the disappointment was only fleeting, and he figured it out in a blink of an eye. There was a sense of emptiness in Lin Moyu's soul, and the star core of the strong soldier skill stopped absorbing it. The strong soldier skill star core, like the power gathering skill star core, also began to spin rapidly. Because the soul energy is insufficient, its rotation speed is not as good as the star core of the power gathering skill. Other than that, the rest is the same. It also feeds back the energy of the soul, allowing Lin Moyu's soul level to rise again. Strong soldiers, 50% fusion, consume soul power, increase the basic attributes of yourself and all summoned objects by 200%, and increase the damage caused by all attacks by an additional 500%. The extent of attribute improvement is only limited by the user's own soul level. Killing the enemy while the skill is in a continuous state can harvest the enemy's soul, replenish the consumption of one's own soul, and improve one's own soul level. When the powerful skills that can only last for 30 seconds, the skills used to save life or kill powerful enemies, become permanent. Lin Moyu can no longer imagine how much his strength has increased. It feels like even if you go up to level 3 or 5, the improvement will not be so big. The only pity is that the degree of fusion is not high enough, only 50%. If you want to improve the integration in the future, it will be much more difficult than the first time. It's already good, don't be greedy. Take it as soon as it's good. If you are too greedy, you will have trouble. Lin Moyu reminded himself that everything must be done in moderation. It feels like the space is distorted for a while. The wonderful fragrance is introduced into the nose, and the warm sun shines on the body, all fatigue seems to be swept away. When Lin Moyu opened his eyes again, he found that he had returned to Beijing. Returning to the gazebo again, the level of the soul has improved a lot, and the senses have become more acute. In the gazebo, besides the simplicity and vastness, there is also a sense of heaviness. Before Lin Moyu was concerned about the assessment, he didn't observe carefully. Now that the assessment is over, all the 2 skills have been acquired, and the mind is completely relaxed, and only then can I feel the heavy feeling hidden in the vastness of the ancient servant. No. In addition to the heavy feeling, there is also a hint of murderous intent. Lin Moyu frowned slightly, he really sensed that murderous intent. Can't go wrong. This pavilion is a weapon, and it is a weapon that has fought on the battlefield and killed the enemy. Many people were killed by it, and they were all strong. Otherwise, this kind of murderous intent would not exist for countless years and still linger. Just like the aura left by the dragon clan on him, this is also the aura left by the strong before death. My little friend guessed well. Suddenly a voice came from the front. Lin Moyu looked, not far from the gazebo, a stone table appeared at some time. An old man was sitting at the table, and tea had been made on the table. The fragrance of tea came over along with the sound. There was already a strange fragrance in the original secret realm, but the strange fragrance still couldn't cover up the tea fragrance. This tea is extraordinary. Lin Moyu can be regarded as drinking a lot of good tea, and all the tea in Mang Anwen is the best. Can be compared with it. It's too far away. Lin Moyu stepped out of the gazebo and walked over. It was only when he got closer that he saw the old man's face clearly. The whole person was stunned on the spot for a moment, and it took a few seconds for him to react, and he quickly saluted him and said, "Hello, I have seen you, senior." The old man is the one who rides green hands in the starry sky and kills countless powerful people instantly with a wave of his hands. Lin Moyu once suspected that the old man was Lao Tzu in the Chinese legend, but he dared not ask. The old man smiled. "Little friend, do you have many questions?" Lin Moyu nodded, but immediately connected again. The old man's smile did not change. Little friend nodded and shook his head. Nodding is instinctive, wanting to ask. Shaking his head is restraining, not daring to ask. "I am afraid that the more you know, the sooner you will die." Lin Moyu looked at the old man in shock, and he guessed what he was thinking. If you really guessed it, it's good. If you didn't guess it. Lin Moyu was already sweating coldly. The old man continued. Little friend is thinking, if the old man guessed it, it would be fine. If the old man didn't guess it, it would be a bit scary. Got it again. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat, and he stopped thinking about it, and simply said, "Senior, don't tease this junior." The old man pointed to the stone bench beside the table. "Sit down and drink some tea." Lin Moyu shook his head. "Seniors face each other, juniors dare not sit, juniors just stand." The old man said, "Do you want the old man to keep talking to you with his head up?" Lin Moyu smiled awkwardly again, and Dang even wanted to sit down. Before sitting down, he suddenly picked up the teapot and poured a cup for the old man and himself. Tea is colorless, just like clear water. But the fragrance of tea is overflowing. Lin Moyu sat down, staring at the cup of tea, couldn't help but praise that this case is different. The old man laughed. "You haven't tasted it yet, so how do you know this tea is extraordinary?" Lin Moyu said, "The fragrance of tea is so strong that even the strange fragrance in the secret place can't suppress it." Anything else? Lin Moyu boldly continued, "Also, the tea has a brown color, but this tea is colorless, and it is fragrant but colorless, which proves that this tea is unusual." The old man nodded and smiled. "Although it is nonsense, you have passed the test. Since you said this tea is extraordinary, then drink it." "Thank you, senior, for your generosity." Lin Moyu didn't hesitate, and directly picked up the tea and drank it. The tea was like clear water, without any taste. The tea didn't enter the throat, it turned into gas directly in the mouth. Then a breath of fresh air went straight to the soul. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal didn't react at all, allowing this fresh air to enter the soul. The soul is like bathing in the rain, and an indescribable sense of comfort comes from it. The level of the soul has risen sharply, reaching level 92 almost in the blink of an eye. The higher the level of the soul, the more difficult it is to improve. It took him a long time to go from level 90 to level 91, but from level 91 to level 92, it was only a cup of tea. Senior's methods are really unimaginable. Lin Moyu couldn't help admiring, sincerely from the bottom of his heart. He already wanted to understand that in front of the old man, any small means of concealment would be useless. It would be better to be straightforward and open and honest. If the other party is really malicious towards him, don't bother, a look is enough. The old man asked, "This is finally being sincere, a good child, what do you do with so much heart?" Lin Moyu smiled bitterly, "There are too many mysteries in the world, and I can't solve them. I always want to find the answers. Some answers can't be obtained without being clever. Your so-called mysteries are like a bright mirror in my eyes." "Do you know why?" the old man asked. Lin Moyu now answers whatever is on his mind, and he can't hide it anyway: strength, realm, knowledge. The old man was quite satisfied and Lin Moyu replied, "Not bad, so?" Lin Moyu continued to follow the old man's words, "So you don't need to use too much cleverness, and you don't need to search for the answer too early. When you have the strength, the realm, and the knowledge, you will know the answer naturally." The old man hummed, and also took a sip of tea. "One way can help you, you don't need to be deliberate, the more you deliberate, the worse you will be. You just need to maintain a pure heart and keep climbing, and the answer will naturally appear." Lin Moyu's eyes lit up. "Your junior wrote it down." The old man continued to ask, "Do you know why the ghost husband wanted to kill you?" Lin Moyu heard the name Gui Fu for the first time, and immediately realized that Gui Fu was the old man who presided over the assessment earlier. Lin Moyu shook his head, "I don't know, but this junior thinks it should be related to the second source skill of this junior." The old man nodded. "Then have you ever doubted whether the ancient starry sky road you saw before is real or not? When the powerful skills that can only last for 30 seconds, the skills used to save life or kill powerful enemies, become permanent." Lin Moyu can no longer imagine how much his strength has increased. It feels like even if you go up to level 3 or 5, the improvement will not be so big. The only pity is that the degree of fusion is not high enough, only 50%. If you want to improve the integration in the future, it will be much more difficult than the first time. It's already good, don't be greedy. Take it as soon as it's good. If you are too greedy, you will have trouble. Lin Moyu reminded himself that everything must be done in moderation. It feels like the space is distorted for a while. The wonderful fragrance is introduced into the nose, and the warm sun shines on the body, all fatigue seems to be swept away. When Lin Moyu opened his eyes again, he found that he had returned to Beijing. Returning to the gazebo again, the level of the soul has improved a lot, and the senses have become more acute. In the gazebo, besides the simplicity and vastness, there is also a sense of heaviness. Before Lin Moyu was concerned about the assessment, he didn't observe carefully. Now that the assessment is over, all the 2 skills have been acquired, and the mind is completely relaxed, and only then can I feel the heavy feeling hidden in the vastness of the ancient servant. No. In addition to the heavy feeling, there is also a hint of murderous intent. Lin Moyu frowned slightly, he really sensed that murderous intent. Can't go wrong. This pavilion is a weapon, and it is a weapon that has fought on the battlefield and killed the enemy. Many people were killed by it, and they were all strong. Otherwise, this kind of murderous intent would not exist for countless years and still linger. Just like the aura left by the dragon clan on him, this is also the aura left by the strong before death. My little friend guessed well. Suddenly a voice came from the front. Lin Moyu looked. Not far from the gazebo, a stone table appeared at some time. An old man was sitting at the table, and tea had been made on the table. The fragrance of tea came over along with the sound. There was already a strange fragrance in the original secret realm, but the strange fragrance still couldn't cover up the tea fragrance. This tea is extraordinary. Lin Moyu can be regarded as drinking a lot of good tea, and all the tea in Mang Anwen is the best. Can be compared with it. It's too far away. Lin Moyu stepped out of the gazebo and walked over. It was only when he got closer that he saw the old man's face clearly. The whole person was stunned on the spot for a moment, and it took a few seconds for him to react, and he quickly saluted him and said, "Hello, I have seen you, senior." The old man is the one who rides green hands in the starry sky and kills countless powerful people instantly with a wave of his hands. Lin Moyu once suspected that the old man was Lao Tzu in the Chinese legend, but he dared not ask. The old man smiled. Little friend, do you have many questions? Lin Moyu nodded, but immediately connected again. The old man's smile did not change. Little friend nodded and shook his head. Nodding is instinctive, wanting to ask. Shaking his head is restraining, not daring to ask. I am afraid that the more you know, the sooner you will die. Lin Moyu looked at the old man in shock, and he guessed what he was thinking. If you really guessed it, it's good. If you didn't guess it. Lin Moyu was already sweating coldly. The old man continued. Little friend is thinking, if the old man guessed it, it would be fine. If the old man didn't guess it, it would be a bit scary. Got it again. Lin Moyu's heart skipped a beat, and he stopped thinking about it, and simply said, Senior, don't tease this junior. The old man pointed to the stone bench beside the table. Sit down and drink some tea. Lin Moyu shook his head. Seniors face each other, juniors dare not sit, juniors just stand. The old man said, do you want the old man to keep talking to you with his head up? Lin Moyu smiled awkwardly again, and Dang even wanted to sit down. Before sitting down, he suddenly picked up the teapot and poured a cup for the old man and himself. Tea is colorless, just like clear water. But the fragrance of tea is overflowing. Lin Moyu sat down, staring at the cup of tea, couldn't help but praise that this case is different. The old man laughed. You haven't tasted it yet, so how do you know this tea is extraordinary? Lin Moyu said, the fragrance of tea is so strong that even the strange fragrance in the secret place can't suppress it. Anything else? Lin Moyu boldly continued, also, the tea has a brown color, but this tea is colorless, and it is fragrant but colorless, which proves that this tea is unusual. The old man nodded and smiled. Although it is nonsense, you have passed the test. Since you said this tea is extraordinary, then drink it. Thank you, Senior, for your generosity. Lin Moyu didn't hesitate, and directly picked up the tea and drank it. The tea was like clear water, without any taste. The tea didn't enter the throat, it turned into gas directly in the mouth. Then a breath of fresh air went straight to the soul. The 9-colored dragon soul crystal didn't react at all, allowing this fresh air to enter the soul. The soul is like bathing in the rain, and an indescribable sense of comfort comes from it. The level of the soul has risen sharply, reaching level 92 almost in the blink of an eye. The higher the level of the soul, the more difficult it is to improve. It took him a long time to go from level 90 to level 91, but from level 91 to level 92, it was only a cup of tea. Senior's methods are really unimaginable. Lin Moyu couldn't help admiring, sincerely from the bottom of his heart. He already wanted to understand that in front of the old man, any small means of concealment would be useless. It would be better to be straightforward and open and honest. If the other party is really malicious towards him, don't bother, a look is enough. The old man asked, this is finally being sincere, a good child, what do you do with so much heart? Lin Moyu smiled bitterly, there are too many mysteries in the world, and I can't solve them. I always want to find the answers. Some answers can't be obtained without being clever. Your so-called mysteries are like a bright mirror in my eyes. Do you know why? The old man asked. Lin Moyu now answers whatever is on his mind, and he can't hide it anyway, strength, realm, knowledge. The old man was quite satisfied and Lin Moyu replied, not bad, so? Lin Moyu continued to follow the old man's words, so you don't need to use too much cleverness, and you don't need to search for the answer too early. When you have the strength, the realm, and the knowledge, you will know the answer naturally. The old man hummed, and also took a sip of tea. One way can help you, you don't need to be deliberate, the more you deliberate, the worse you will be. You just need to maintain a pure heart and keep climbing, and the answer will naturally appear. Lin Moyu's eyes lit up, your junior wrote it down. The old man continued to ask, do you know why the ghost husband wanted to kill you? Lin Moyu heard the name Gui Fu for the first time, and immediately realized that Gui Fu was the old man who presided over the assessment earlier. Lin Moyu shook his head, I don't know, but this junior thinks it should be related to the second source skill of this junior. The old man nodded. Then have you ever doubted whether the ancient starry sky road you saw before is real or not? From the expression of the old man, there is no useful information to be seen. Lin Moyu felt a little disappointed, gritted his teeth, and threw out his question. He didn't know whether the question he asked was right, or whether he should ask it. But Lin Moyu thought a lot in just a short moment, and he can figure out most of the problems by himself. Only this problem: I know that the ghost husband wants to kill me, and I also learned from the old man that the reason is my second source skill. But why this happened, Lin Moyu couldn't figure it out. The old man seems to be drinking tea, but Lin Moyu has a feeling that the old man should be looking at himself. After finishing speaking, the two fell into silence. The wind seemed to have stopped, all the plants and trees were silent, and the whole secret place was extremely quiet. Snapped. The old man put down his teacup and made a slight crashing sound, which at this moment was like thunder on a sunny day. The old man always has a smile on his face, but Lin Moyu will not let go of his caution because of this. This kind of existence, happiness and anger really cannot be judged. Lin Moyu was very patient, waiting for the old man to speak. After a while, the old man finally said, "You are very pragmatic, and you haven't lost your essence." Lin Moyu could tell that this was a compliment to himself. The old man continued, "The ghost husband should have told you that the blood of the source bird was refined into the 9-character mantra, and the 9-character mantra was further divided into 9 original runes, which in turn became the original skill." Lin Moyu nodded. The ghost man really said so. Although he believed it at the time, he did not believe it completely. When the old man saw the teacup, Lin Moyu immediately understood and poured a cup for the old man. But he didn't pour it for himself. The tea was too precious, and he wouldn't pour it before the old man spoke. The old man took a sip of tea. The ghost man is not talking nonsense, so you don't have to doubt it. However, he still has something to hide. The original skills, original rune, and the 9-character mantra all come from the same vein, and in the final analysis, they all come from the blood of the original bird. When someone masters a source skill, the impact is not great. If you master more source skills and integrate them with each other, it is possible to return to your ancestors. Lin Moyu showed a startled expression. Back to the ancestors, can you reproduce the blood of the original bird and refine the 9-character mantra? The old man chuckled. You think too simply, it's naturally impossible. Lin Moyu thinks about it too, it can't be that simple. The bloodline is divided into 9, and each mantra only accounts for 1/9 of the bloodline. And the source skills I got, I don't know what percentage of one of the mantras. It can be said that it is a fragment of fragments, and trying to reproduce the source bird bloodline with such fragments is simply something out of nothing, whimsical. Lin Moyu was almost amused by his own thoughts. The old man said, although it is impossible to reproduce Yuanwu's blood, there is a chance to master the 9-character mantra. With only one source skill, it is extremely difficult and almost impossible. However, if there are multiple source skills, mutually confirming each other, and merging and comprehending, there is hope. Although the old man didn't answer directly, Lin Moyu understood. The reason why the ghost husband wanted to kill him was because he didn't want him to get the second source skill. If he had chosen to withdraw from the assessment at that time, he would not have been hostile to him. Unintentionally set up a big enemy. Now Lin Moyu can only sincerely hope that the other party cannot leave the secret realm and stay here forever. As for myself, it is estimated that I will never enter again. As for how he got the second source skill, what effect would it have on the ghost husband? Lin Moyu didn't ask any more. He knew that if he asked again, he wouldn't get an answer. The old man had already said before that he and the ghost husband were betting against each other, and it was estimated that it had something to do with it. Lin Moyu said sincerely to the old man, "Thank you, senior, for clarifying the confusion. If the junior encounters a ghost husband in the future, he will be careful." The old man laughed. "Didn't you think in your heart that it would be best if he could never leave the secret realm, and you would never see him again?" Being hit again, Lin Moyu smiled awkwardly. "Do you know how to read minds? It's all about getting old." The old man said something lightly, and then tapped twice on the table. Lin Moyu understood, the old man was telling himself, this is the second question. The old man only gave himself one chance to ask questions, and he has already used it up, so don't ask again. Strength determines status. With the strength of the old man, he can give himself the qualifications to talk and give himself a cup of tea to improve his soul level. Lin Moyu's heart is full of gratitude. If the old man is unwilling, he will not even have the qualification to stand in front of him. The old man said, in this world, there were a few good characters in the last era. They led the era forward, but it's a pity that the road went astray. Their decline has been extended by time, which in turn has affected you, and your path has become more difficult. More than 1,000 years ago, there was a guy who was not good, but unfortunately he became the leader of the times. More than 600 years ago, there was also a guy with decent qualifications, but unfortunately he lacked stamina. More than 100 years ago, another one appeared. He was aggressive, but he was too conservative and not a suitable candidate. The old man glanced at Lin Moyu. I don't know if you are qualified to be the guide of this era in this world. Lin Moyu replied, I will work hard. I hope you can do it, don't let the old man down. The old man waved. The sky and the earth hang upside down, and the sun and the moon change. Lin Moyu disappeared into the secret realm. The old man looked at the pavilion and said to himself, Ghost husband, the loopholes you can find are all the ones that this deity is willing to let you find. Slightly punished this time, if there is another time, you will be wiped out. Speaking of thunder, a gust of wind blew into the pavilion. There were bursts of screams in the gazebo. It was the voice of the ghost husband. The old man turned a deaf ear and said slowly, little guy, don't let me down. Outside the secret realm, Lin Moyu suddenly appeared. A meteorite happened to fall in the sky, and it also happened to hit Lin Moyu's side, less than 10 meters away. Amidst the loud noise, shock waves swept in. Lin Moyu let the shock wave of the explosion hit his body, and his body glowed with a faint white light. The skills have all been restored, and the damage transfer skills have come into play, turning all the damage to the undead army. The damage transfer skill is affected by talent, all damage is 80 times weaker, and the damage suffered by the undead army is extremely limited. With this level of meteorites, even if dozens of meteorites are blown up, Lin Moyu will not frown. Looking at the entrance to the secret realm that was shining in the explosion, and then at the original runes that had disappeared on the backs of both hands. Everything is real, not a dream. After completing the assessment, I kept the original runes permanently, turning them into source skills, turning them into skill star cores and integrating them into the soul. In the future, this will always be your own skill. Not only that, because of his near-perfect performance, the two source skills obtained not only have not weakened, but are even stronger than before. Lin Moyu took out the dragon scale given by Antares and activated it. Antares closed his eyes, his head drooped on the ground, and he seemed to be sleeping. The eyelids fluttered from time to time, indicating that Antares was not asleep. The continuous heavy air from the nose also proved that Antares was not in a good mood at the moment. The dragon god thing, it has not let go. The dragon ball given by the dragon god has been swallowed. Although he hates the dragon god, the dragon ball is really a good thing, and Antares can't refuse it. It's merging dragon ball and it's going to take quite a while. Suddenly Antares opened his eyes, and Lin Moyu appeared not far away. How did the stinky boy come back? Thinking in his heart, he was about to speak, but saw Lin Moyu's eyes tightly closed. Antares realized something, and instead of disturbing Lin Moyu, he blinked his eyes tacitly. The surroundings suddenly became quiet, and all the subjects disappeared. The stinky boy is thinking about something. It seems that, Good Zhao, is a little crazy. Antares was a little curious. It knows that Lin Moyu is very smart, most things, as long as Lin Moyu catches a little detail, he can analyze a lot of situations from it. For this, it paid no small price. Lin Moyu often caught a loophole in his speech by accident. It doesn't even know how many times it has missed, so it can only speak as little as possible. In its eyes, Lin Moyu is just a little fox who likes to talk about dragons. It's just that it didn't expect that Lin Moyu met the old fox, and there were not many words out of it. Lin Moyu kept replaying all the things that happened in the secret realm in his mind, what the ghost man and the old man said, analyzing every word. And all the pictures it saw in the secret realm, they all sorted out the clues one by one. The experience in the secret realm is like a movie, constantly playing back in my mind. Lin Moyu faintly felt that he was approaching a huge secret spear. Before I knew it, drops of sweat appeared on my forehead. He thought of a saying, the more the weak know, the faster they die. No, you can't continue to explore, and if you think about it, something will happen. Why can't I know the things outside? There must be a reason. I can't think about it anymore. Lin Moyu was sweating and trembling all over. He kept telling himself that he couldn't think about it anymore. But those secrets seemed to have infinite magic power, which made him unable to bear it, and kept thinking and exploring. He wanted to open his eyes, but he couldn't control it. Seeing that something was wrong, Antares uttered a dragon roar, suddenly. The dragon roared and burrowed into Lin Moyu's soul. At the same time, the 9-colored dragon soul crystal outside the soul also uttered a dragon chant, which resonated with Antares' dragon chant. Lin Moyu's soul was frightened by the dragon's chants, and then his whole body trembled, and he finally woke up. Antares breathed a sigh of relief. Brat, what are you thinking? Your soul is almost going to collapse, this will hurt the foundation. Lin Moyu was panting heavily, and at this moment he felt like he had escaped from death. His memory was a little fuzzy, but at the same time he suddenly became enlightened. What was vague was the question he was thinking about just now. He seemed to have sealed his thoughts and forced himself not to think anymore. The sudden enlightenment was because he knew why the few people who had successfully acquired the source skills avoided talking about entering the secret realm. They must know what the secret realm is like, but they never announce it to the public, and they don't reveal a single word. It's not that I don't want to say it, but that I can't say it, and I can't even think about it. Lin Moyu guessed that they should use self-sealing to seal this memory. Seeing that Lin Moyu was silent again, Antares couldn't help but leaned over and asked, "Hey, are you okay? Are you stupid?" Lin Moyu shook his head. "I entered original secret realm. Isn't this normal?" "You were looking for original secret realm, what happened? Did you succeed?" Antares didn't take it seriously, and with its brain circuit, it didn't think too deeply. 390, Lin Moyu said, "Successful, both skills have been successfully preserved." Antares was a little excited. "Let me just say, if you can't keep your skills with your abilities, no one else will even think about it." "How about it? Is it difficult?" "Fortunately, after going through several tests, it's not too difficult." Lin Moyu told the truth. Considering his ability, it really wasn't too difficult. "That's right, your strength is far beyond your peers." Roar. Antares suddenly realized something was wrong in the middle of speaking, and let out a roar. "Stinky boy, do you still keep the memory in the secret realm?" Lin Moyu hummed, "Yes." Antares became excited. "Tell me, what's going on in the secret realm?" Lin Moyu asked, strangely, "You don't know?" "Nonsense. Why do I still ask you if I know it?" Antares said with a grumpy face, "From the last era, as long as people who entered, they have no memory of the secret realm." Lin Moyu had completely calmed down at this time. "Didn't you say that you know everything?" Antares snorted heavily, a little out of breath. "What nonsense, say it." Lin Moyu smiled mysteriously. "You really want to know?" Antares glared at Lin Moyu viciously. "Don't you dare to say that this dragon swallowed you in one gulp." Of course Lin Moyu knew that this guy was joking with himself. He sat down immediately and motioned for Antares to come over. Antares' big head was lowered, almost leaning against Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu deliberately lowered his voice. "Acti, there is a pavilion in the secret realm, and there is an independent space in the pavilion. But before entering the independent space, I saw a picture. There are countless strong men in the starry sky, an old man riding a green bull, with a vast galaxy of purple energy. 1 inch. Antares suddenly let out a dragon cry. interrupting Lin Moyu's words. The deafening voice made Lin Moyu's ears hurt. What are you doing? He heard the fear from Antares' dragon roar, and the same in Antares' eyes. Antares shook his big head. Don't say it anymore. Lin Moyu frowned. What's wrong? Antares said in a deep voice, remember, don't talk about that person, don't talk to outsiders. If you talk too much, you will be killed. Lin Moyu said strangely, I have already left the secret realm. Antares shook his head like a wave drum. It's useless, no matter where you are. Even if you go to the deepest part of the starry sky, as long as you mention his name, you will be heard. Lin Moyu couldn't believe it, but I don't even know his name. From the beginning to the end, he just guessed that the old man who was riding a green bull and giving him tea might be the legendary existence named Lao Tzu. But not sure, everything is just his guess. Antares said, you have seen him, you will think of his appearance, and your words are enough to be heard by him. Lin Moyu couldn't help asking, is he so scary? Enruida said solemnly, his horror is beyond your imagination. Remember my words, don't mention it, don't think about it, don't ask about it. Do not mention, do not think, do not ask. Antares' tone was very serious, which made Lin Moyu realize the seriousness of the matter. Before that, he was thinking about the little things that happened in the secret realm, wanting to analyze what the outside world is like from it. Among them, there are many pictures about Lao Tzu, as well as countless strong men, including Yuan Niao. He thought too much for a while, and couldn't extricate himself. Especially in his mind, the old man suspected of being Lao Tzu appeared repeatedly. It was like being under a spell, making it impossible for him to escape. Now hearing Antares' words, Lin Moyu realized the seriousness of the matter. Even when facing the dragon god, Antares had no fear. But now, it is really afraid. I really can't think about the existence that even Antares is afraid of. Lin Moyu made a decision, and decided to put this matter deep in his memory first. Before he has strong strength, he must not touch it. However, I was always a little unwilling in my heart, and couldn't help but said, Antares, have you heard of the name Ghost Husband? The scaled dragon on Antares' head stood upside down like a sharp blade. It turned its head slowly, with a slightly stiff expression. Where did you hear this name? Antares' performance made Lin Moyu feel the problem. It's in the secret realm, that guy wants to kill me. But because of the rules in the secret realm, he can't do anything to me. Antares' eyeballs rolled quickly, and suddenly he shouted loudly, I understand, so he actually went there. Lin Moyu asked, is the ghost man scary? Scarier than that one? Antares shook his head, the ghost man is not terrible, but cruel. Compared with that one, the ghost man is nothing. Let me tell you again, about the secret realm. Lin Moyu interrupted Antares, don't worry, I have a sense of proportion. I'll just tell you once, and I won't mention it again. Only then did Antares feel relieved. He knew that since Lin Moyu said he would not mention it, he really would not mention it again. Lin Moyu's caution, even if it is, has to be subdued. Lin Moyu forwarded the topic and talked about his experience on Fonlei continent. Talking about the huge monster hidden under the Thunder Mountain. Speaking of this, Antares got excited, changed his cautious appearance just now, and began to talk freely. That guy, that is the companion beast of the God of Thunder, and later became the mount of the God of Thunder. After the God of Thunder and Lightning died in battle, it was also seriously injured, and it slept and recuperated under the Thunder Mountain. The Thunder Tree actually grows on it, and it uses the Thunder Tree to absorb the power of the lightning and restore itself. As for why it was able to be in Fonlei continent, it was naturally written by Ben Long. But you don't have to worry, it usually sleeps, even if it wakes up, it can't leave that area. If you want to rely on Thunder Tree to upgrade, just keep a distance from it. Would you like me to say hello to it, so that it will not attack you? Antares returned to his former appearance, completely forgetting what happened just now. Lin Moyu didn't expect that existence turned out to be the companion beast of the God of Thunder and Lightning. No wonder it is so powerful. It can stay in Fonlei continent without being bound by laws, because of Antares. Lin Moyu said coldly, you almost killed me. Antares snorted, God knows you're going to hit the thunder tree. If you didn't mention it, Ben Long would have forgotten about it. Ben Long has lived for countless years, witnessed so many times and many things, and done too many things. How could he remember such a small thing? Lin Moyu chuckled. You guy is just sleeping, how many things can you do? Besides, there must be a reason why you are willing to help the god of thunder and lightning. Antares said in a muffled voice, Ben Long made a move, so there is naturally a reason for Ben Long. The two chatted and bickered with each other. Lin Moyu usually talks too little, but writes and communicates with others. But when he was with Antares, he talked a lot. In the beginning, I talked too much just to get some information. Later, he really regarded Antares as a friend. Antares is also lonely and has no friends for many years. The lonely one person and one dragon just hit it off. In the small courtyard of Baishan, a vast aura rises and fills the air. The god Shada is spinning in the air, constantly shedding brilliance. Meng Anwen sat upright in midair, surrounded by his own soul power, boiling like boiling water. Wash away the impurities, remove the chaff and save the essence. The soul is rising, and Meng Anwen's aura is getting stronger and stronger. Powerful soul power filled the entire Baishan courtyard. On the ground, something similar to Meng Anwen also happened to Bai Yuan. His soul power is also constantly rising. The two are moving from level 95 to level 96. Originally, the two had reached the peak of level 95 and touched the power of law. But just touching, can't drive it, and it's still half a step away from level 90. After the Battle of the Soul Melting Formation, the power of the souls of the two has been greatly increased, and the level of their souls has been improved. Finally, the law was officially incorporated into the soul, thus taking the last half step. Outside the Baishan courtyard, Yan Quanxing, who had already reached level 96, was sitting in midair with a big knife in his hand. He is protecting the law for the two of them. Although Baishan courtyard was not in danger, he was still cautious. The soul powers of Bai Yuan and Meng 880 Anwen became stronger and stronger, and eventually they merged together and spread out violently. Thousands of miles in a flash, almost covering the entire 1,000-mile radius of the Baishan courtyard in an instant. Within this range, all the existences whose soul strength reached the god level raised their heads together and looked towards the location of Baishan courtyard. The level 96 soul breath produces a powerful majesty, which makes them feel trembling. They know what's going on. Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen had already released the news that they were about to break through level 96. Yan Quanxing also said that during the breakthrough period, no one is allowed to approach, and those who approach will be killed without mercy. None of the god-level powerhouses who felt the breath dared to approach. Level 96 is a high god level. Level 95 is a medium god level. It seems that there is only one level difference, but it is a world of difference. Level 96 is the beginning of the real contact law. Once the breakthrough is successful, the combat power will increase dramatically. The skill is integrated into the law, and the strength of the skill will reach the level of appalling. Among the human race, except for a half-step super god-level powerhouse, there is no high-level god level. This is a fault. Only recently has the fault been filled. After Yan Quanxing, Bai Yuan, and Meng Anwen, Mo Xinghai, Ning Tairan and other veteran powerhouses will break through in a short time. At that time, the strength of the human race will increase significantly. With them in command, the Xinsha Empire is in full swing and unrivaled. Among them, only a few people know that all this is brought about by Lin Moyu. Otherwise, the soul-devouring beast would not be a chance, but a disaster. When Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen made a breakthrough, Lin Moyu had already returned to the human world. He bickered with Antares for a long time and they broke up on bad terms. Antares found that his mouth was too stupid to speak well of Lin Moyu. After so many years, it was really a waste of time. Antares angrily drove Lin Moyu back to the human world, telling him not to come back. Of course, this is just angry talk. But the bickering between the two suppressed everything else. Lin Moyu also stopped going to what happened in original secret realm, buried this memory deeply, and did not touch it. He is not qualified to touch now. Lin Moyu came to Kunching again. Standing in Kunching, he could look at Kunlun Mountain in the distance. Kunlun Shrine, high-level copy. A level 75 copy, allowing people with level 70 to 80 to enter. This is a copy belonging to top professionals. After screening the dungeons of the low and middle ranks, there are very few people who are qualified to enter the high-rank dungeons. Even if there are, they only belong to some big forces. Almost all scattered people stop at the middle dungeon. Lin Moyu set foot on the snow mountain and climbed up. The wind is fierce and the snow is sudden, howling from the north. On the way to the first stage of the dungeon, the wind and snow is not a small test. At least 1/3 of the professionals would be discouraged. This section is also the section with the most snow. After a long time, Lin Moyu returned to the Kunlun Mountains. When I left last time it was less than level 70, and I hadn't turned 3. Although the soul is strong, it has not reached the god level. Now that I come back again, I have already completed the 3rd revolution and embarked on a path that is unique to me. The soul level has reached level 92. Looking at Kunlun Mountain again, the feeling is already different. Today's soul is extremely sensitive. Under Lin Moyu's feeling, Kunlun Mountain is lifeless and lifeless. In the dungeon of Kunlun Shrine at that time, Lin Moyu once felt the Kunlun Mountain in the dungeon, which seemed to have a kind of vitality. But looking at Kunlun Mountain outside the dungeon, it was dead silent. Standing at the foot of the mountain, Lin Moyu closed his hands and eyes, and the power of his soul flowed out like a river. With the main peak of Kunlun Mountain as the center, it has a radius of 10,000 meters, and it is a dead place. Under the snow is a dark rock, lifeless and not a blade of grass. The power of the soul began to spread into the mountain. On the upper part of the mountain, Lin Moyu finally found something strange. He felt a little bit of vitality, strand by strand, flowing towards the interior of the mountain along a specific passage. And these vitality, impressively come from professionals outside the mountain. Lin Moyu was slightly shocked that Kunlun Mountain was actually absorbing the vitality of professionals. However, it absorbs very slowly, and the amount is very small, so it will not cause any damage to professionals. Professionals themselves have strong vitality. The higher the level, the stronger the soul, and the stronger the vitality. A little bit of it is absorbed, and it is impossible to even discover it. The power of the soul continued to penetrate, and these life forces flew towards the specific passage, along the interior of the mountain, and towards the peak. When approaching the peak, Lin Moyu sensed a formation. An extremely complicated and mysterious formation. The scale of the formation is not large. Not as huge as the soul-melting formation. But this formation arranged inside the Kunlun Mountains is extremely mysterious, far more complicated than the soul-melting formation. And when the formation is in operation, there is an aura of law revealed. God-level formation. And it is a God-level formation that incorporates laws. The formation blocked Lin Moyu's soul induction, preventing him from going further. If you want to know what is behind the formation, you can only go there and see it with your own eyes. There are laws in the formation, which means that the formation is at least level 96. And the existence that can arrange such a formation must also exceed level 96. There is currently no level 96 formation master in the human race. This formation is left over from the past, and in Lin Moyu's knowledge base, even in the history of thousands of years, there has never been a 96-level formation master in the human race. If Meng Anwen can reach level 96, it will be the first of its kind in this era. This formation either does not belong to this era, or it does not belong to the human race. Demons don't know how to form formations. If dragons arrange formations, they will definitely not be able to escape the eyes of god-level powerhouses. Lin Moyu kept thinking in his mind, and soon got the answer. This formation either belongs to the previous era, or it was laid by the gods. At this time, he felt that someone was approaching, so he couldn't help but stop thinking, opened his eyes, and turned his head to look. At this time, the power of the soul has not completely converged. Lin Moyu's eyes flickered, stabbing out like sharp swords. The person approaching suddenly let out a scream, and as if he had been hit hard, he retreated a few steps and sat down on the snow. If Lin Moyu hadn't withdrawn his soul power at the last moment, the opponent's soul might even be directly shattered by him. Now I was just taken aback, and I was lucky. Lin Moyu asked, "What's the matter?" At this time, several partners of the other party had already run over and helped him up. He looked to be in his 30s and was wearing a robe, obviously a mage. Lin Moyu can see his level 61, neither strong nor weak. He looked at Lin Moyu with a strange expression on his face. "I saw you standing there motionless. I thought you were frozen, so come and take a look." Lin Moyu looked at himself. There wasn't a single snowflake on his body, so he didn't look frozen. 5.0, however, I did stand for a long time, exploring the mountain with the power of my soul, and it took half an hour before and after. It is normal to be motionless for half an hour and attract attention. Lin Moyu shook his head and said, "I'm fine." Then he walked up the mountain. Looking at Lin Moyu going away, the man was extremely weird. What a weird person, it's strange, how could I be frightened by his eyes? His companions were also puzzled. Being intimidated by someone with a look, this kind of thing has never happened. "Brother, you are too timid." "That's right, how can I do this? If you encounter a boss that is more ferocious, you won't be so frightened that you can't use your skills." "Wow. You need to practice your courage again. Let me see what to eat to strengthen your courage, and get some for you." The man was ridiculed by his companion, and waved his hand depressed. Go, don't be happy." Everyone laughed. Everyone was on the same team and had known each other for many years, so no one knew who the other was. "That is, just kidding." The man looked at Lin Moyu, who was about to disappear into the wind and snow, and murmured, "But his eyes are really scary." Lin Moyu walked forward. Each step seemed to fall on the snow, but it didn't fall on the snow. There are no footprints on the road he walked. He could have flown, but he didn't. He measured the peak of Kunlun Mountain, and the power of the soul spread again. Following the strands of life force, he came outside the formation. He is not an array mage, and he doesn't know how to set up an array. But this does not prevent him from checking the formation. The power of the soul tried to enter the formation over and over again to see what was inside the formation and why it had to absorb vitality. Although there is not much absorbed, only a little bit, it can be accumulated day after day and year after year, and the total amount is quite amazing. Lin Moyu found that a trace of his own vitality was sucked into the formation and disappeared. A very small trace completely ignored his own defensive skills and talents. This discovery shocked Lin Moyu even more. It shows that the level of laws in the formation is very high, which cannot be achieved by ordinary 96-level laws. What exactly is hiding? Lin Moyu was curious, but also wary. If there is a powerful existence hidden like Fonlay continent, then it will be troublesome. But I don't think so. If this is the case, it's not that there are no half-step super gods in the human race, they would have been cleaned up long ago. After all, this is the world of the human race, not the Fonlay continent. Lin Moyu tried various methods, but he couldn't penetrate into the formation, so he had to give up in the end. Unknowingly, he has crossed the first dungeon and entered the middle dungeon area. The invisible pressure came and fell on Lin Moyu, but it had no effect. The closer to the middle copy, the smaller the wind and snow will eventually disappear. There is a lively scene in front of you. Many human race teams have been stationed all year round, and they have formed a large-scale living tribe. The last time Lin Moyu came here, he was in a hurry to brush up the book, and then left in a hurry, and he hadn't read it yet. Now it seems that the breath of life is strong, and everyone gathers to drink and eat meat, which is peaceful and lively. Thousands of years ago, such a life was almost unimaginable. At that time, the war continued, and professionals went to the battlefield one after another, blood-stained rivers and mountains. If it weren't for the desperate struggle of the sages, the human race would have fallen under the iron hooves of the demons and dragons. Lin Moyu did not stop, but crossed the station and continued to walk upwards. the blizzard picked up again. From the middle dungeon to the high dungeon, the road is even more difficult. The wind and snow are like knives, and they are aggressive. Going uphill is an action. Under tremendous pressure, although there is no air ban, it is difficult to fly. The pressure is more than 10 times greater than before. It is another road of assessment, weeding out a batch of unqualified ones. This kind of assessment is useless to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu is still walking on the snow without a trace, the clouds are calm and the wind is light. The wind and snow are getting bigger and bigger. Lin Moyu sees the entrance of the dungeon from a distance through the wind and snow. The dungeon vortex swirled on top of the mountain. It seems that the copy is already at the peak, and there is a flat land here. Lin Moyu compared the location of his soul power, and found that the location of the copy is actually hundreds of meters lower than the peak. But from the naked eye, there is no way after the dungeon. Lin Moyu knew that someone had hidden the real way through special means. There is still a way after the copy, and continue to go up. Only after exceeding the height of the formation can one reach the real peak. If you guessed right, the actual dungeon is not the end. Maybe there is a copy of the 4th stage. Lin Moyu guessed in his heart, striding towards the copy. Whether your guess is correct or not, you will know with just one click. Feng Shui was pushed away, and there was a noise behind him. A group of professionals smashed through the wind and snow, and rushed forward with invisible pressure. They are very fast and do not stop at all on the road. The closer you are to the entrance of the copy, the greater the pressure you need to fight against, and the less time you spend on the road, the better. Lin Moyu understood this, looked at the visitor, and said to himself, what a coincidence. There are basically no people on the way to the high-level copy. Occasionally, a team will come up, and they often rush up the mountain at the fastest speed. The pressure outside is too strong, no one can bear it after a long time. The main reason is that the requirements for the middle dungeon are too high, and there are not many qualified ones. In addition, the high-level dungeon is too difficult. The 70-level team can hardly beat it, and the 80-level team is also under great pressure. Once it exceeds level 80, it does not meet the requirements of the dungeon, and you can't even enter it, and you don't need to fight it. Therefore, those who come to attack high-level dungeons are mostly teams composed of 79 or 80-level professionals. Most of the teams are level 80. Level 80 attributes have been greatly improved again, and new skills have been mastered, so the grasp of the strategy dungeon can be greater. When Lin Moyu looked at them, they also looked at Lin Moyu. There is no one like Lin Moyu who walks up the mountain by himself like Lin Moyu. They all felt strange when they saw Lin Moyu standing still. But he didn't stop for half a step because of this, and quickly rushed towards the copy. Lin Moyu also smiled slightly after they passed by, and continued to walk forward. Although they couldn't see their levels, Lin Moyu was told by the telepathy that these people were between level 79 and 80. This team of 24 people cooperated very tacitly and in unison during the march, giving Lin Moyu an army-like feeling. It's just that they're not wearing military uniforms, and they're not wearing sergeant badges, unintelligible. Some well-trained guild teams may also reach this level. This team quickly overtook Lin Moyu, rushed to the copy at the fastest speed, and then sat down on the side. Someone took out a prop and propped up a shield in the team to block the wind, snow, and pressure. They start to rest. Perhaps it was due to rushing all the way up, consuming too much energy and needing to recover before entering the dungeon. Whether it is marching or resting at this time, their actions are uniform. And the leader is prohibited by order. Lin Moyu thinks this team should be from the military. If it is not the military, it is also a professional trained in the way of the military. Such a team of professionals has a strong combat power, whether it is on the battlefield or in a dungeon, it can exert a strong combat power. While they were resting, Lin Moyu also came to the copy. Some people noticed Lin Moyu, and they all showed surprise. What do you do here alone, to see the scenery? But here is full of wind and snow, what is there to see in the vast expanse of whiteness? And under the huge invisible pressure, I can only look at the scenery in this situation. Lin Moyu stood in front of the copy and looked at them. Soldier? The leader of this team looked at Lin Moyu suspiciously. What's the matter? Lin Moyu smiled and shook his head. Just curious, just ask, casually. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and pressed on the entrance of the copy. Next second, Shingy. Everyone was stunned. He actually entered the dungeon. Are you kidding me, entering the dungeon alone, looking for death? It's not like he doesn't know. In the dungeon, all teleportation items will be invalid. Only those who survive the first wave of attacks are eligible to choose to leave. He's going to die in there. What a fool. He doesn't look like an idiot. How could he do such a stupid thing? Everyone was stunned by Lin Moyu's actions. Who doesn't know the difficulty of high-level dungeons? It is absolutely impossible to solo. And being able to come here has already proved his extraordinary strength. It is incomprehensible to make such a courting move again. Don't meddle in your own business, hurry up and take a break, and enter the dungeon in a few minutes. The leader let out a low drink, and everyone immediately shut up. The leader looked at the copy and said with a voice that only he could hear, it can't be him. If there is anyone in this world who can master the high-level dungeon of Kunlun Shrine alone, there is only one person who can do it. Regardless of age, dress, it seems that they can be matched. The leader felt that he had guessed Lin Moyu's identity. It should be Lin Xinjiang. He may really be able to solo. It can only be him. In the dungeon, Lin Moyu's sight had just recovered, and before he had time to take a look at the situation in the dungeon, colorful light had already covered him. The elements violently fluctuated and roared. All kinds of elemental attacks hit him instantly. The bone armor gleamed and shattered after only 2 seconds. Now it is level 74, counting talent, equivalent to 590,000 bone armor, and it only lasted for 2 seconds. In other words, if you are a professional with 590,000 physique, you can only last for 2 seconds without counting equipment and defensive skills. But 2 seconds is enough for Lin Moyu to do many things. The undead army appeared, and the headless horseman charged in all directions, killing a bloody path for Lin Moyu. Without the need for naked eyes, the power of the soul swept away, and what happened almost instantly was in vain. Without the naked eye, the power of the soul has already ascertained what happened. There are a lot of monsters around, and they launched the first round of attacks towards themselves. But now it has been rushed back by the headless horseman, with a lot of casualties. Thousands of kilometers away, there are 4 fortresses. The fortresses are fanned out to surround the city. Every fort has walls, and there are many monsters standing on the walls. The city wall is 100 meters high, and there are arrays circulating on the fortress to form a protection. The monsters on the city wall are huge in size, with each head exceeding 10 meters. The energy on their bodies is boiling and rolling, and all of them will perform long-distance elemental attacks. The bone armor shattered so quickly, and they were the ones who contributed the most. The copy has become different. These monsters look like an army. Lin Moyu discovered the anomaly immediately. Whether it's a monster attacking oneself in close quarters, or a monster standing in the fortress and casting a long-range element attack, the actions seem to have a unified command, instead of rushing up and hitting a monster indiscriminately. Moreover, the 4 fortresses are faintly connected as one, and the elements manipulated by the monsters in each fortress are different. The fortress on the far left controls the wind element. Counting to the right, there are fire, water, and electricity in turn. These 4 elements can be said to be the 4 most common among human professionals. Each fortress controls one element to attack. It's not a skill spell, it's the purest elemental attack. This attack method made Lin Moyu think of a god. Whether it's humans, demons, or dragons, the use of elements ultimately needs to be attacked through skills. Only gods, because their essence is different from other creatures, they are the embodiment of elements themselves, and have absolute control over elements. This also gives them the ability to directly drive the elements to attack. Of course, gods can also use skills, which can increase the destructive power of elements to a certain extent. All thoughts flashed through Lin Moyu's mind. Lin Moyu instinctively felt that the copy of the Kunlun shrine should be related to the gods. Under the attack of the headless horsemen and skeletons, the monsters were quickly repelled and wiped out, and a space appeared in front of Lin Moyu. The elemental attacks from the fort continued. It was always like a cannonball, constantly exploding on Lin Moyu's body. Lin Moyu ignored their attacks. If it were another team, such continuous attacks would be extremely stressful. But for Lin Moyu, he felt nothing. His strength has far exceeded the limit of the dungeon. The nature of his entry into the dungeon is basically the same as that of traveling here. He walked around to have a look, and brushed the dungeon by the way. I have been used to facing powerful enemies all the year round, and it is no longer challenging to brush up this kind of dungeon of the same level. In the blink of an eye, the undead army had already cleaned up the monsters outside the fortress. Then flooded into the 4 fortresses like a tide. The overwhelming attack fell on the fortress, and the shield of the fortress was crumbling. Suddenly strong energy fluctuations rose from the 4 fortresses, and the 4 elements converged in the air. For a time, the sky was covered with overcast clouds, the wind howled, and thunder burst. The corners of Lin Moyu's mouth raised slightly. Finally do it. He had already sensed that there were still 4 bosses hidden in the 4 fortresses. The 4 bosses are the commanders of the fortress. Only when the fortress is attacked to a certain extent, they will do it. This is the copy mechanism. At this time, seeing that the protective cover of the fortress was about to collapse, the commander in the fortress finally took action. The 4 elements converged in the air, and their strength continued to grow. The power quickly surpassed level 80, breaking through the upper limit of the copy. This phenomenon made Lin Moyu a little surprised. Normally, except for the final boss in the dungeon, the power level of the dungeon above halfway will not exceed the upper limit allowed to enter. This is a level 75 dungeon, and the upper limit of the level allowed to enter is level 80. In addition to the final boss, the monsters and enemies encountered on the way will also be between level 75 and 80. But now just entering the copy, the upper limit of power is broken. Lin Moyu knew in his heart that this level of power was nothing to him, but it was very difficult for other professionals to deal with. He had read the high-level information of the dungeon of Kunlun Shrine. Although the information was not detailed, he knew the general situation in the dungeon. There are 3 stages in the copy, and now he is in the first stage. This stage is to knock down the elemental fortress and get the key. As the name suggests, the difficulty of high-level dungeons is really high. It is really difficult for ordinary teams to pass. Lin Moyu said softly. He didn't realize that what he was doing was different from what was in the data. The information only said to destroy the elemental fortress, but in fact, you only need to choose one of the 4 and fight one. Everyone else chooses an elemental fortress to fight, and only the commander of one of the fortresses is alarmed. There will be no such thing as elements converging and breaking through the upper limit of the dungeon's power. Lin Moyu attacked the 4 forts together, and alarmed the commanders in the 4 forts at the same time, which caused a mutation. The gust of wind howled in the dungeon, and the wind turned into a knife, crackling and falling on the undead army. Thunder and lightning roared, and the flying electric snake also shuttled back and forth on the undead army. Lightning illuminated the ground, followed by red and blue flashes in the sky. The fire element and the water element fell at the same time. The scene of fire, rain and snowflakes falling together is the first time even Lin Moyu has seen it. It is extremely beautiful. 2 elements with opposite attributes collide with each other, and a violent explosion is born. For a moment, the elements vibrated, dazzling. Lin Moyu stood there with a relaxed look, as if admiring a beautiful firework. Having experienced the dungeon of Dragon King Palace, after the baptism of the elemental dragon, this level of elemental attack is completely trivial, almost like a child playing around. Under the impact of the elements, the undead army still maintained a strong offensive. Lich General is treating, and the injuries he suffered can heal in the blink of an eye. They, like Lin Moyu, ignore elemental attacks. Lin Moyu doesn't even need to summon the Skeleton King, nor does he need any other skill assistance. Just relying on the undead army itself is enough to push across. The seemingly solid shields of the four fortresses shattered after only holding on for a minute under the crazy onslaught of the undead army. The undead army rushed forward like a wolf, and quickly cleaned up the monsters on the city wall. The army rushed into the interior of the fortress and began to besiege and kill the dark officers. Lin Moyu strolled forward in a leisurely manner. With the undead army at this level, as long as he didn't encounter difficult enemies, he didn't need to worry about how to fight at all. He just needs to wait for the result. After a while, the elements gathered in the air disappeared. Lin Moyu also received the message. Killed a 78-level Wind Commander, experience, and acquire the Key of Wind. Key of Wind, one of the 4 elemental keys. At least one key can be obtained to open the 3rd stage of the dungeon. Killed a commander of level 78 Fire, experience, plus ***. Acquire the Key of Fire. The information kept popping up. Lin Moyu got 4 keys. The 4 elemental fortresses were completely quiet. When the undead army left the fortresses collapsed amid the roar and turned into ruins. Lin Moyu also walked through the fort at this time, and continued to walk along the road in the copy. Looking up, I saw the top of Kunlun Peak. There is an exquisite and magnificent palace faintly in the mist above the peak. Wangzhou's, too. Kunlun Shrine, the name of the dungeon also comes from this. After the element fortress is the climbing road, from here, is the real beginning of the dungeon. Lin Moyu looked at the mountain, and the main peak of Kunlun in the dungeon gave him a sense of agility and vitality. Unlike the main peak of Kunlun in the outside world, it is lifeless. He had this feeling when he entered the copy of Kunlun Shrine for the first time. At that time, I suspected that the mountain peak in the dungeon was the real main peak of Kunlun. Now Lin Moyu is more sure of his feelings. There are too many legends about Kunlun Mountain, no matter in the previous life from time travel, or in the Xinxia Empire at that time, there are legends about Kunlun Mountain. In the previous life, it was said that Kunlun was the ancestor of Wanshan, and there was a saying that the dragon veins in the world came from Kunlun. Here, Kunlun is also mysterious and powerful. It is said that a large number of gods were bred in it, and once formed the Kunlun pantheon. Lin Moyu does not believe in the theory of the gods, but with the majesty of the Kunlun Mountains, it is entirely possible that a few or more than a dozen gods will appear. The power of the soul flows in the dungeon, gradually seeping into the main peak of Kunlun. Lin Moyu is very interested and wants to find out everything. Perhaps the mystery of the accident that year can be unraveled. In the process of growing up, Lin Moyu was exposed to different things from other professionals. After completing the first major exam, Bai Yuan took a fancy to him, and everything he came into contact with after that was somewhat high-end. Later, as the level increased, the information learned became more and more profound and complicated, and mysteries came one after another. Often just know an answer, there will be several mysteries. Even now, what he has come into contact with has far surpassed the cognition of Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen. In the whole world, he is the only one who can talk to Antares on an equal footing. He is the only one who is qualified to enter the Dragon King Hall. Seeing the elemental dragon and dragon god, there must be no one else. He is the only one who can get 2 Origin Rune, and keep both Origin Rune, and get the original skill. Lin Moyu knows that his path is different from anyone else's. He is destined to unravel all kinds of mysteries in order to understand the nature of this world. In the past era, what happened in this world and why these things happened. Lin Moyu feels that all the changes are unnatural, and there must be deeper reasons. Antares slipped out once, though only a few words. But Lin Moyu found some clues. Afterwards, the two parties had a tacit understanding and did not mention it again. Lin Moyu knew more clearly that there are strange things in this world. Now stepping on the main peak of Kunlun, Lin Moyu is 99% sure that the main peak of Kunlun in the dungeon is the real main peak of Kunlun, the one with countless legends. But the main peak of Kunlun outside the dungeon is fake. It is not something ordinary gods can do to exchange the two main peaks. But why would it do that? Lin Moyu was thinking about this question as he walked. A large number of monsters rushed from the mountain and both sides, and the undead army responded and killed them all. Most of the monsters in the copy are between level 75 and 77, and they have no resistance against the undead army. Lin Moyu suddenly raised his head and looked towards the palace on the mountain, his eyes flashed. He seemed to figure out something. In order to prove it, the power of the soul was thrown towards the palace. But when he was about to approach the palace, a formation suddenly appeared, blocking Lin Moyu's soul power. Lin Moyu clenched his fists, slightly excited. That's right, that's it. The formation that blocks the soul power and the formation that absorbs life force outside the dungeon have the same root and origin. It can be clearly felt that the two formations were created by the same person. The previous puzzle group got the answer and suddenly became enlightened. Arranging false peaks on the outside, and arranging formations inside the peaks, absorbing the vitality of a vast number of creatures at an extremely slow speed. Using the wind and snow in the Kunlun Mountains and the stress test of the Jingu copy, it is completely undetectable. Even if an ordinary level 90 powerhouse comes here, if you don't look carefully, you won't notice it. All the absorbed vitality enters the dungeon and flows into the real Kunlun shrine. The seemingly insignificant vitality, after accumulating over a long period of time, is an astonishing amount. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a powerful god sleeping. The gods will choose to sleep when they are severely injured, and use time to recover themselves. This god added an insurance on it, not only sleeping by itself, but also absorbing the vitality of the vast number of living beings. In this way, its sleeping time will be greatly shortened. Lin Moyu felt that what he guessed should be right, and it should be like this. Although he believes in his guess, the guess must be just a guess. If possible, he still wants to go to the shrine to see it with his own eyes. As for how to enter the shrine, you have to force your way through it, or pass through the copy. Lin Moyu believes that since the other party has obtained such an assessment-type dungeon, there must be a channel. The front suddenly lit up, and a sun-like ball of light appeared in the sky. The light shuttles through the wind and snow, creating dazzling shadows. Tiny rainbows appeared in the sky, like colorful halos, extremely beautiful. If these settings are all made by that god, it can only be said that that god's appreciation of beauty is extremely high. Lin Moyu's eyes fell on the sun-like ball of light, which was only bright but not hot. The light sphere is only a superficial phenomenon, and its core is a formation. This formation has mobilized a large number of light elements, blooming a dazzling light. The ball of light flickered suddenly, and the snowflakes in the sky suddenly shone brightly. They were also covered by a large number of light elements, and then the snowflakes turned into fist-sized snowmen one after another. The snowman swung a small lightsaber and rushed towards Lin Moyu. Although the snowmen are small, their strength is not bad. Under the soul induction, the strength of each little snowman is as high as 77. The detection technique flew out. Snowman. Level, 77. Strength, 3000000. Agility, 250000. Spirit, 250000. Physique, 200000. Skill, light elemental attack. Characteristic, rebirth. The total attribute is only 1 million, which is weaker than the monsters in the Dungeon of Hell difficulty of the same level. In a copy of the difficulty of Kunlun Shrine, the monsters that appear should not have this attribute. Lin Moyu was not careless. He noticed the characteristics of the Snowman of Light. The feature is rebirth, and I don't know how it will perform. The undead army has already greeted them. Even the smallest skeleton archmage in the undead army is more than 2 meters tall. The headless horseman with a man and a horse is more than 5 meters long. These snowmen of light are only the size of a fist, so they are really tiny. The skeleton archmage was the first to attack. For them, once locked, regardless of size, they are the same attack. The elements roared, and the surrounding elements suddenly became chaotic. The snowman of light was blown to pieces in a violent explosion. But then, the fragments turned into snowmen again. The body shape is slightly smaller than before, and the breath has also weakened, but the number has increased significantly. A snowman was blown into 7 or 8 pieces, and then turned into 7 or 8 smaller snowmen, who were culled again. In Lin Moyu's eyes, their weapons are not much bigger than embroidery needles. But power can never be measured by size. These smaller snowmen of light are not weak. Every sword will kill someone. They keep being blown apart and then turned into smaller snowmen. The number is increasing sharply, and the strength is also weakening. But no matter how many there are, it's useless. The skeleton master's skill is a range attack, and every explosion will cover a large area. Under the intensive bombardment, little snowman couldn't get through at all. Is this rebirth? Lin Moyu saw it and felt a little ridiculous. No matter how many times you can be reborn, there will always be a limit. For example, the number of rebirths, such as the weakened strength level after each rebirth, always crashes after reaching the limit. Sure enough, after being killed 10 times in a row, the little snowman, who was only the size of a finger, completely collapsed, and was never able to complete a new round of important tasks. As Lin Moyu thought, the rebirth ended here. At this time, the light ball in the sky flickered again, emitting a brighter light. This time, the snowflakes in a larger area turned into snowmen of light, threatening to kill them. Here is the second stage in the high-level dungeon. After passing the 4 element fortresses in the first stage, you will face the second stage here. This is where most teams fail and have to opt out. There are countless snowflakes in the sky. The same is true for the number of light snowmen transformed from snowflakes. The number of snowmen in the second wave has exceeded the number of the first wave by several times. The skeleton archmage had a blast. Lin Moyu looked at the ball of light in the air. The ball is the essence. As long as the light ball is not resolved, the snowmen of light will be endless. The essence of the ball of light is the formation, either to break the formation, or to defeat the formation with a powerful force. Lin Moyu's heart moved, and the headless horseman rushed towards the ball of light immediately. The charge skill is activated, and the headless horseman's team rushes towards the ball of light like a long dragon. The ball of light is more than 1,000 meters away from the ground. If it looks small, it will not go down. Lin Moyu stared at the ball of light, and just as the headless horseman was about to arrive, a large number of runes appeared on the ball of light. The formation was running, and a shield full of runes appeared outside the light sphere. The headless horseman collided with the shield and was blown away one after another. Tens of thousands of headless horsemen followed, attacking the shield in turn. The shield kept twisting, and it lasted for 2 minutes during the onslaught of the headless horseman before it broke. Then the headless horseman rushed in front of the ball of light, and the formation in the ball of light was in motion again. A large number of lightsabers protruded from the ball of light, and the ball of light instantly turned into a hedgehog, blowing away all the headless horsemen who were approaching. The headless horseman attacked the ball of light with all his strength, and cut off the lightsaber it stretched out. The shield, the lightsaber, and the 2 layers of defense were all broken through in an instant. Then the headless horseman smashed around the ball of light. The white bone sword in his hand hit the ball of light, making a loud clang. The formation runes kept flickering, and finally exploded into pieces. At the same time that the light ball shattered, the snowman of light also disappeared. Copy the second stage, pass. After passing the second stage, the copy becomes smooth all the way. So far, Lin Moyu has not received any awards. Except for some experience and useless materials, there is not even a decent piece of equipment. This copy, so far, can only be summed up in one word: poor. Not only is the equipment poor, but also the experience is pitifully poor. Except when I first entered the dungeon, I gained a wave of experience. The little snowman and the formation light ball just now have no experience at all. If the first and middle dungeons are holy places for leveling, then the high-level dungeons really have nothing. As we walked higher and higher along the mountain road, the wind and snow became more violent. Here, people over level 70 may not be able to stand up. The temperature is terribly low, and dripping water into ice is only the most common phenomenon. Even Lin Moyu felt a chill at this moment. The low temperature at this time was already enough to cause damage to him, and the damage transfer skill continued to work, transferring all the damage to the undead army. The soul fire in the skulls of the skeletons was also compressed a little in the cold air. Lin Moyu can feel that under the snow, there is ice that has existed for an unknown number of years. Going forward against the severe cold, there is no wonder on the road. All the way to the depths of the dungeon, 4 square platforms appeared in sight. Behind Fong Tai, there is a thick fog, and there is no way forward. There are depressions on each of the square platforms, which look like keyholes. Lin Moyu understood it at a glance, and immediately took out the element key obtained from the element fortress. Different local stations represent different element keys. For most teams, only one of these keys is needed to unlock the next stage. But Lin Moyu now has 4 keys together. Insert the 4 keys into it, and the 4 square platforms roared at the same time. The roar became louder and louder, and then the square platform exploded and turned into corresponding elements. The 4 elements of wind, fire, water, and electricity converged again, turning into 4 color beams of light soaring into the sky. Clearing the clouds and seeing the sun, a brand new passage appeared in front of him. This channel seems to be able to reach the peak shrine directly, and there is no end in sight. When the channel opened, bursts of terrifying energy fluctuations came out. A large number of sleeping monsters woke up. Each one is over level 78, and they are not ordinary monsters, at least they are also bosses. Under the soul, the number and strength of the boss can be seen at a glance. The number of bosses who are waking up is not too many, exactly 400. Lin Moyu pondered. If only one of the passages is opened, there should not be so many bosses to face. Lin Moyu thinks, well, if only one of the passages is opened, he only needs to face 100 boss monsters. Moreover, the boss monsters wake up much faster and slower, and the powerful team can use this time difference to clean up these bosses. The maximum number of bosses that need to be dealt with at the same time will not exceed 4. But now Lin Moyu activated 4 channels at the same time, and 400 boss-level monsters woke up together. He may face 16 bosses at most. For any team, it is a disaster. After all, there are only 24 people in the team, and there is basically no possibility of defeating 16 boss-level monsters at the same time. The corner of Lin Moyu's mouth moved slightly. That's it? 400 bosses are too weak. Before the boss could fully wake up and rush over, the undead army had already rushed up first. This is the last stage of the dungeon, which still disappoints Lin Moyu. Although the experience of the boss is high, it is much higher than that of ordinary monsters. But the number is too small. The number of 400, even if the experience is 10 times that of ordinary monsters, is only equivalent to 4,000 ordinary monsters. What's more, the experience is not 10 times more. If that's the case, the high-level copy of Kunlun Shrine is no longer suitable for him to practice. It would be quicker to go to the Fenglei tree and clean up all the thunder trees and wind flowers except the Thunder Mountain range to brush the dungeon here. Kill a level 78 flame giant, experience, plus ***. Obtain, Sword of Flame. Fire Sword, quasi-legendary weapon, all attributes plus 60,000. All fire skills power increased by 120%, additional skill, Burning. Burn, continue to cause damage to the target for 1 minute. With a fire elemental boss killed, Lin Moyu gained a quasi-legendary weapon. It's not great, but it's not bad either. At least its attributes are much stronger than platinum-level weapons. No matter how bad the quasi-legendary weapon is, the attribute bonus on the weapon is always in units of tens of thousands. It's a bonus of tens of thousands casually. For professionals, quasi-legendary weapons will be a leap forward. If it can be matched with good skills, this weapon will be very powerful. The bosses were killed one by one, and pieces of quasi-legendary equipment entered the storage space. Lin Moyu finally understood that high-level books are really not suitable for leveling. Here is for you to play equipment. Calculated based on a 1/10 drop rate, even if there is only one passage at the beginning, it still represents 10 pieces of quasi-legendary equipment. Let me ask, which dungeon can produce 10 pieces of quasi-legendary equipment at one time? Moreover, Lin Moyu opened all the channels. At least 30 to 40 pieces of quasi-legendary equipment can be produced at a time, and the harvest is extremely amazing. The low level and middle level are used for leveling, and the high level is used for equipment. In this way, there are levels and equipment. The Kunlun Shrine really lives up to its reputation. Although the difficulty is indeed a little higher, it also brings a lot of resources to the human race. Lin Moyu has a feeling, and it is really good. Among the human race, there are not many senior craftsmen. Even if they go all out, they can't make much quasi-legendary equipment. As for the real legendary equipment, don't even think about it. In the human race, most of the quasi-legendary equipment comes from high-level dungeons. The importance of high-level dungeons that can produce a large number of quasi-legendary equipment like the Kunlun Shrine is self-evident. With equipment, the combat power of human professionals can be greatly improved. A piece of top-quality equipment can even change a profession, not just talking about it. Unfortunately, these equipments are useless to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu has tried all kinds of equipment, only the Monarch Scepter is useful to him. The undead army rushed into the passage, killing all the way. Regardless of whether you are the boss monster who has awakened or not, you will be slashed when you go up. The unreasonableness of the undead army was fully displayed at this moment. Lin Moyu doesn't need to do anything, just keep climbing to the summit along the road. Along the way, the sound of fighting can be heard endlessly. Information keeps popping up. Lin Moyu was getting closer and closer to the peak until a formation appeared, blocking his way. At this time, he was only about 1,000 meters away from the shrine on the summit. The shrine can already be clearly seen. The shrine is very beautiful and stands on the top of the mountain. There is only a small point at the connection between the shrine and the mountain. But even so, the shrine is still very stable, and there is no instability in the strong wind. There are wind chimes hanging on the four corners of the shrine, and the wind chimes are blown continuously by the wind, and the sound of the wind chimes is transmitted faintly, like a piece of music. In the data of the dungeon, there is no record about the shrine. A team once opened the channel and reached the end of the channel. At the end of the passage, they met the final boss of the dungeon. After finishing the boss, I left the dungeon, no follow-up. But they all use only one key, Lin Moyu uses 4 keys. The difficulty is more than 4 times greater, and the results seen are also somewhat different. At least the formation in front of him is not in the data. There was no wind chime from the shrine either. If there is, there must be a record. The sound of the wind chime is very pleasant, with a touch of sadness. The sound of wind chimes is a movement and a story. Lin Moyu was fascinated when he heard the flavor of it. He seemed to see some pictures from the sound, and saw the story that happened that year. The power of the soul surged and was affected by the sound of the wind chimes. The morale is mobilized, the soul is excited, and the fighting spirit is boiling. Lin Moyu has the idea of joining the battlefield and fighting the enemy bravely with the undead army. He realized the thought was abnormal, but he just couldn't help it. This is not right, stop it. Lin Moyu growled in his heart, trying to control his soul. The will is fighting against the subconscious. 9-colored dragon soul crystal suddenly let out a dragon cry. Lin Moyu trembled all over, and the whole person immediately calmed down. Lin Moyu let out a long breath, recalling what happened just now, the feeling of being uncontrollable. The power of the law. He had lingering fears in his heart, but he didn't expect that the sound of the wind chime carried a trace of law power, and he fell into the Tao unconsciously. The 4 wind chimes at the 4 corners of the shrine are extremely unusual. Lin Moyu cheered up, this is not a good place. He didn't pay attention to the copy, but the shrine on the top of Kunlun Peak was in danger every step of the way. Lin Moyu sticks to his soul and stops paying attention to the shrine for the time being. The 400 bosses in the passage have been almost cleaned up. With the death of the latter boss, clouds moved in all directions, and a large number of elements gathered in the field. The mountain peaks kept shaking, and a huge monster fell from the sky with snow blowing in the wind. Fire Mouth, Ice Tail, Wind Wing, Thunder Claw. A big bird made of elements descended from the sky with the sound of wind and thunder. Without any warning, he rushed towards the undead army. The speed is so fast that it is almost comparable to when the Headless Horseman uses the charge skill. A pair of thunder claws with lightning bolts grabs the two Headless Horsemen respectively. The giant claws were clenched tightly, and the armor on the Headless Horseman made a cracking sound. It was not caught and smashed as it expected. As long as the damage does not reach the point where the Headless Horseman can be killed instantly, all the damage will be shared by the undead army. It is not so easy to kill the Headless Horseman. The Headless Horseman kept fighting back in his claws, and the bone sword in his hand stabbed at the giant bird. Lin Moyu popped out a detection technique. This giant bird has obviously exceeded the limit of the copy, and it should be around level 84 based on the soul sensor. For any team, such a boss is difficult to deal with. But Lin Moyu also knew that if he hadn't opened 4 square platforms at the same time and combined the 4 elemental channels into one, this boss shouldn't be so powerful. Kunlun Giant Eagle, World-Class Leader. 007 Level, 82. Power, 1200000. Agility, 16000000. Spirit, 12000000. Physique, 14000000. Skill, Elemental Attack. Characteristics, immunity to fire element, immunity to wind element, immunity to water element, immunity to element. World-Class Leader is already the most powerful title in the dungeon. Only the boss in the large dungeon will be called the world-class boss. Many people think that world-class bosses and world-class bosses exist at the same level. It's just that the one in the dungeon is called the leader, and the one in the wild is called the boss. The total properties of the two are almost the same. That's because those people have never dealt with the world boss at all. Not to mention killing the world boss solo. It seems to understand but not understand. In Lin Moyu's eyes, the world boss is definitely better than those heads in the dungeon, even if they are at the same level, even if their attributes are similar. The world boss possesses a variety of body protection characteristics. Existences such as the poisonous dragon are very troublesome just because of their own poisonous attributes. Relatively speaking, the leader in the dungeon is much easier to deal with. Lin Moyu had killed countless world bosses, and he didn't pay attention to the Kunlun Giant Eagle, which was only level 82. But because it has been flying and its speed is extremely fast, it is not easy to hunt down. The characteristic of 4-element immunity greatly reduces the power of the elemental riot of the skeleton archmage. Only the soul shot of the skeleton marksman can do some damage to it. But if you want to kill it, it will take a lot of time. Lin Moyu didn't want to waste time. With a move in his heart, he pointed his fingers in the air, and the sky suddenly darkened. Dark clouds overwhelmed the top, and the wind blows. The exquisite skeleton throne floats in the air. The god-level skeleton king, over 20 meters tall, slowly stood up from the throne. The god-level skeleton king, composed of 100,000 skeletons, has a peak attribute combat power of level 92. When using skills, the explosive power can reach level 93. The appearance of the god-level skeleton king made the space creak. As the leader of the dungeon, the Kunlun Giant Eagle seemed panicked and flew randomly in the air. Skeleton King swung the huge sword in his hand, cutting out a piercing sword light. Skill, Slay God. The only target was the Kunlun Giant Eagle, and the god-slaying sword exerted the strongest power. The cries of the Kunlun Giant Eagle stopped abruptly, and its huge body exploded in the sword light. Instant kill, with one sword. The Kunlun Giant Eagle couldn't even release its skills, so it was instantly killed. For Lin Moyu, it's only a matter of time before he kills it. It depends on whether you want to play for a while or are in a hurry. Now Lin Moyu is in a hurry and has no time to play with him. Kill the Kunlun Giant Eagle, Experience Factory. Obtain the Kunlun Flame Giant. Obtain the Kunlun Storm Armor. Acquire Kunlun Lightning Ring. Obtain the Kunlun Ice Bracelet. Kunlun's Flame Jupiter, one of the Kunlun suit's quasi-legendary weapon, all attributes plus 70,000, berserker skills increase plus 140%, fire skills additionally increase 50%. Comes with skill 1 flames. Blazing Flame, there is a chance to erupt this skill during an attack, causing fire elemental damage to enemies within a radius of 100 meters. Kunlun Storm Armor, one of the Kunlun suits, quasi-legendary armor, all attributes plus 40,000, all damage reduced by 15%, wind elemental immunity increased by 40%. 1. Kunlun Lightning Ring, one of the Kunlun suits, quasi-legendary jewelry, all attributes plus 20,000, adds electric element attacks to all attacks, and has a certain chance to cause paralysis. Kunlun's Ice Bracelet, one of the Kunlun suits, quasi-legendary jewelry, all attributes plus 20,000, immune to freezing state. 4 pieces of equipment have different elements and different characteristics. The skills attached to the weapon are average, and can only be said to be quite satisfactory. Looking at this weapon alone, it is not very good, but if you look at these equipments together, it will be completely different. The Kunlun Giant Eagle drops the Kunlun suit. Although the individual attributes are average, if you can collect the whole set, it will be a shotgun. The entire Kunlun suit belongs to the top level among quasi-legendary equipment. On the premise of not getting legendary equipment, the Kunlun suit can be called the strongest. There are very few that can compare with it. There are 6 complete Kunlun suits, including weapons, armor, rings, necklaces, earrings, and bracelets. Moreover, these 6 pieces of equipment have different attributes. For example, weapons must first have corresponding types for each profession, such as swords for knights, bows for archers, and spells for archers. Moreover, it also needs corresponding attributes, the increase of the corresponding elemental skills, and the skills that appear randomly. War armor also has different attributes, different element bonuses, suitable for different occupations. In this way, the various combinations are almost endless. If there is a fire mage, he can get a complete set of Kunlun suits with unified attributes. A complete set of fire staff, fire armor, rings, necklaces, earrings, and bracelets. Then even if you give him a piece of legendary equipment, he probably won't exchange it. It's just that it's too difficult to collect a set like this. Among the top executives of human race professionals, even god-level powerhouses may not be able to collect a complete set. Fire Mouth, Ice Tail, Wind Wing, Thunder Claw. A big bird made of elements descended from the sky with the sound of wind and thunder. Without any warning, he rushed towards the undead army. The speed is so fast that it is almost comparable to when the Headless Horseman uses the charge skill. A pair of thunderclaws with lightning bolts grabs the 2 Headless Horsemen respectively. The giant claws were clenched tightly, and the armor on the Headless Horseman made a cracking sound. It was not caught and smashed as it expected. As long as the damage does not reach the point where the Headless Horseman can be killed instantly, all the damage will be shared by the undead army. It is not so easy to kill the Headless Horseman. The Headless Horseman kept fighting back in his claws, and the bone sword in his hand stabbed at the giant bird. Lin Moyu popped out a detection technique. This giant bird has obviously exceeded the limit of the copy, and it should be around level 84 based on the soul sensor. For any team, such a boss is difficult to deal with, but Lin Moyu also knew that if he hadn't opened 4 square platforms at the same time and combined the 4 elemental channels into one, this boss shouldn't be so powerful. Kunlun Giant Eagle, World-Class Leader. 007 Level, 82. Power, 1200000. Agility, 16000000. Spirit, 12000000. Physique, 14000000. Skill, Elemental Attack. Characteristics: immunity to fire element, immunity to wind element, immunity to water element, immunity to element. World-Class Leader is already the most powerful title in the dungeon. Only the boss in the large dungeon will be called the world-class boss. Many people think that world-class bosses and world-class bosses exist at the same level. It's just that the one in the dungeon is called the leader, and the one in the wild is called the boss. The total properties of the two are almost the same. That's because those people have never dealt with the world boss at all. Not to mention killing the world boss solo. It seems to understand but not understand. In Lin Moyu's eyes, the world boss is definitely better than those heads in the dungeon, even if they are at the same level, even if their attributes are similar. The world boss possesses a variety of body protection characteristics. Existences such as the poisonous dragon are very troublesome just because of their own poisonous attributes. Relatively speaking, the leader in the dungeon is much easier to deal with. Lin Moyu had killed countless world bosses, and he didn't pay attention to the Kunlun giant eagle, which was only level 82. But because it has been flying and its speed is extremely fast, it is not easy to hunt down. The characteristic of 4-element immunity greatly reduces the power of the elemental riot of the skeleton archmage. Only the soul shot of the skeleton marksman can do some damage to it. But if you want to kill it, it will take a lot of time. Lin Moyu didn't want to waste time. With a move in his heart, he pointed his fingers in the air, and the sky suddenly darkened. Dark clouds overwhelm the top, and the wind blows. The exquisite skeleton throne floats in the air. The god-level skeleton king, over 20 meters tall, slowly stood up from the throne. The god-level skeleton king, composed of 100,000 skeletons, has a peak attribute combat power of level 92. When using skills, the explosive power can reach level 93. The appearance of the god-level skeleton king made the space creak. As the leader of the dungeon, the Kunlun giant eagle seemed panicked and flew randomly in the air. Skeleton King swung the huge sword in his hand, cutting out a piercing sword light. Skill, slay god. The only target was the Kunlun giant eagle, and the god-slaying sword exerted the strongest power. The cries of the Kunlun giant eagle stopped abruptly, and its huge body exploded in the sword light. Instant kill, with one sword. The Kunlun giant eagle couldn't even release its skills, so it was instantly killed. For Lin Moyu, it's only a matter of time before he kills it. It depends on whether you want to play for a while or are in a hurry. Now Lin Moyu is in a hurry and has no time to play with him. Kill the Kunlun giant eagle, experience factory. Obtain the Kunlun flame giant. Obtain the Kunlun storm armor. Acquire Kunlun lightning ring. Obtain the Kunlun ice bracelet. Kunlun's flame Jupiter, one of the Kunlun suits, quasi-legendary weapon, all attributes plus 70,000, berserker skills increase plus 140%, fire skills additionally increase 50%. Comes with skill 1 flames. Blazing flame, there is a chance to erupt this skill during an attack, causing fire elemental damage to enemies within a radius of 100 meters. Kunlun storm armor, one of the Kunlun suits, quasi-legendary armor, all attributes plus 40,000, all damage reduced by 15%, wind elemental immunity increased by 40%. 1. Kunlun lightning ring, one of the Kunlun suits, quasi-legendary jewelry, all attributes plus 20,000, adds electric element attacks to all attacks, and has a certain chance to cause paralysis. Kunlun's ice bracelet, one of the Kunlun suits, quasi-legendary jewelry, all attributes plus 20,000, immune to freezing state. 4 pieces of equipment have different elements and different characteristics. The skills attached to the weapon are average, and can only be said to be quite satisfactory. Looking at this weapon alone, it is not very good, but if you look at these equipments together, it will be completely different. The Kunlun giant eagle drops the Kunlun suit. Although the individual attributes are average, if you can collect the whole set, it will be a shotgun. The entire Kunlun suit belongs to the top level among quasi-legendary equipment. On the premise of not getting legendary equipment, the Kunlun suit can be called the strongest. There are very few that can compare with it. There are 6 complete Kunlun suits, including weapons, armor, rings, necklaces, earrings, and bracelets. Moreover, these 6 pieces of equipment have different attributes. For example, weapons must first have corresponding types for each profession, such as swords for knights, bows for archers, and spells for archers. Moreover, it also needs corresponding attributes, the increase of the corresponding elemental skills, and the skills that appear randomly. War armor also has different attributes, different element bonuses, suitable for different occupations. In this way, the various combinations are almost endless. If there is a fire mage, he can get a complete set of Kunlun suits with unified attributes. A complete set of fire staff, fire armor, rings, necklaces, earrings, and bracelets. Then even if you give him a piece of legendary equipment, he probably won't exchange it. It's just that it's too difficult to collect a set like this. Among the top executives of human race professionals, even god-level powerhouses may not be able to collect a complete set. The sound of wind chimes is beautiful and pleasant, and it keeps ringing in my ears. Even if Lin Moyu closed his hearing, it was useless, he could still hear. The sound will be transmitted directly to the soul. This is the sound of the law, and it can be heard without ears. Like the blood in original secret realm, it goes straight to the soul. Lin Moyu can only resist with all his strength and not be affected by it. I had already been plotted against once last time. Although the other party did not have any malicious intentions, the feeling of being out of control is really bad. At that time, Lin Moyu was full of fighting spirit and just wanted to fight in person. If this kind of sound is placed in the army, it can greatly increase the combat power of the army and make every soldier have high morale. But if it is used on oneself, it may make people lose their minds, and even become a puppet who only knows how to fight. Everything has two sides. Lin Moyu is good at analysis and is willing to analyze, taking all aspects into consideration. It is precisely because of this that Lin Moyu prefers to keep calm all the time. Since his debut, there are very few things that can make him panic. The closer you get to the Kunlun shrine, the stronger the sound of the wind chimes. But Lin Moyu knows that although this kind of wind chime has laws, as long as you are determined enough, even a person at level 40 can resist it. The owner of the wind chime is not malicious. The distance of 1,000 kilometers is not far for Lin Moyu. In a blink of an eye, it has reached the top. Standing on the peak, you can see the Kunlun shrine more clearly. This is a large palace with a diameter of more than 1 kilometer, and the exquisite carvings outside the palace can be seen from a distance. Feng Shue became the best sweeper, cleaning the palace extremely clean, free from dust. Only one corner of the entire palace is connected to the mountain, and 99% of the parts are suspended, like a palace in the sky. Lin Moyu walked over with curiosity, and there was a plaque on the gate of the shrine with the word Kunlun written on it. It is the characters of the Xinxia Empire. When Lin Moyu saw the word Kunlun, he was sure that it was a product of this era. Words are the best evidence. Lin Moyu looked at the two words and felt the breath above them. Even after a long time, the breath above is still strong. There is a strong godly breath in the text. This is a powerful god. It's much more powerful than the god of thunder and lightning. It should be a high-level god. According to the records, a long time ago, there were many high-level gods, but they all disappeared without a trace. There are not many high-level gods that have been recorded, such as the god of blood devouring and the god of life. There are many more gods that are not in the data. The god of the starry sky is not in the data, but Lin Moyu guessed that the god of the starry sky should not be weak through the meteorites that have been falling for countless years in the meteorite continent. The god of blood devouring has disappeared, and even his weapons are gone, so he must have fallen without a doubt. The same is true of the god of life, and even its weapons have triggered a war of annihilation. The current owner of the Kunlun shrine should also be the first, higher god. The wind chime is the best evidence. The power of the law cannot be faked. At that time, what happened? Want to find out? This problem has troubled Lin Moyu for many days, and Lin Moyu walked towards the gate without hesitation. He wasn't afraid, nor worried. It is useless to worry about fear. Now he has only two choices. One is to enter the Kunlun shrine, and the other is to leave. How could he be willing to leave now that he has come here? With the dragon scale of Antares in his hand, he believes that there are not many places in this world where he can be trapped to death. The big deal is to activate the dragon scales and just escape. The gate of the shrine opened automatically, as if welcoming a guest, and welcomed it in. The palace is even more empty than it looks from the outside. After entering the palace, there is a huge garden with many trees planted. The trees sway in the wind and snow. But the strange thing is that no matter how much snow, it will not leave marks on them. Every corner of the palace is exceptionally clean. The layout of the garden is very regular, neat and beautiful. This is a god who loves cleanliness, and even has a cleanliness. At the same time, this god is very likely to be a woman. Here the wind chimes are louder. A gust of wind blows, tinkling non-stop. Wind chimes. Lin Moyu saw wind chimes hanging everywhere in the garden. Whether it's on a tree or in every corner. The key point is that after the sounds of these wind chimes are connected together, there is no confusion at all. It's just that the current wind chime is the purest wind chime, and it no longer has the power of law that goes directly to the soul. Lin Moyu strengthened his guess, this should be a female god, and she is also a female god who has cleanliness and likes wind chimes. Just as he was thinking, a ray of light came over, turning the whole garden into a beautiful scene. Amidst the light, a man in a long robe was walking slowly. Lin Moyu was stunned, guessing wrong. It turned out to be a man. Lin Moyu saw that the man was not his real body, but made of tears from elements. But he is a god, there is nothing wrong with him, and he exudes an aura that belongs to a god alone. Hello, 5-star general of the human race. The god was very polite to Lin Moyu, and he revealed Lin Moyu's identity as a 5-star general, which surprised Lin Moyu. He didn't wear the sergeant's badge on his shoulders, how did the other party know? The god continued, don't be surprised, I have fought side by side with many 5-star generals of your human race, and I know the aura of 5-star generals very well. Let me introduce myself, my name is Kunlun, I am the great god of the Kunlun Mountains. Lin Moyu was really shocked this time. Looking at him in amazement, he turned out to be a great god. A great god is an existence one level higher than a high-level god, equivalent to a half-step super god of the human race. I didn't expect such an existence to exist in Kunlun Shrine, so I still underestimated him. Lin Moyu didn't doubt the other party's identity, and said, human race, 5-star general, Lin Moyu, has seen Kunlun God. He suddenly made a gesture of invitation, my main body is still sleeping, and there is nothing to greet you here, so I will show you the shrine, please don't mind. How dare Lin Moyu mind, he still has a lot of questions in his mind to ask God Kunlun. It's none of my business that your body is sleeping, as long as you can talk. But Lin Moyu didn't speak directly, the two are not familiar yet, the key is that he hasn't figured out the other's temper. It's not very good to speak rashly. God Kunlun led Lin Moyu towards the interior of the shrine, your strength is beyond my expectation. Lin Moyu responded modestly, my strength is nothing. God Kunlun shook his head, no, even in those days, you were the most outstanding one. Lin Moyu thought about the year he was talking about, which year it was. It is estimated that it will take a long time. At least thousands of years. It may be those years buried by time. God Kunlun continued, in our time, geniuses came out in large numbers. As long as you are not an idiot, you can become a top professional. If your aptitude is a little better, you can become a god. From changing jobs to gods, fast people only need 1 hour. 2 years. Lin Moyu is like listening to a fairy tale. It only takes 1 or 2 years to change from a job to a god. Is this a joke? How could it be so fast? Lin Moyu couldn't believe it. God Kunlun chuckled, that has a price. We have paid too much for it, and the world has paid too much. The cost is so great that it is almost unbearable. But it doesn't work if you don't pay. For 20, Lin Moyu listened silently, the price might be very terrifying and unimaginable. God Kunlun stopped suddenly, looked at the snow falling in the sky, and sighed, but, it's all worth it. The breeze blew, and there were bursts of pleasant wind chimes. God Kunlun smiled and said, isn't it nice to hear? Lin Moyu nodded, it's a beautiful piece of music. He was honest and sincere. God Kunlun also agrees with Lin Moyu's words, it's really wonderful, I've listened to it for so many years, and I never get tired of it. Did you just think that I should be a woman? The corner of Lin Moyu's mouth twitched, but he didn't respond. You can't answer this, and if you say it badly, you will offend people. God Kunlun said, it doesn't matter, everyone will think so. My wife arranged the garden, and she also hung the wind chimes. She likes wind chimes very much. Unfortunately, she will never hear it again. Having said that, God Kunlun sighed again. Lin Moyu thought for a while, and asked cautiously, the war back then was cruel, right? God Kunlun turned his head and looked at Lin Moyu for a moment. It seems that you know something. I know you have many questions, including the formation in the Kunlun Mountains. There is no doubt, I have noticed you from the first day you entered the copy. Even the fact that you killed the Kunlun Snow God, I see it. However, I still can't tell you now. Lin Moyu asked, is it because I'm still too weak? God Kunlun nodded, you are very talented, but not strong enough. Then when will I be eligible to know? Wait until you can control a law. Lin Moyu's heart was awe-inspiring, and he slowly spit out 4 words, half-step super god. Everyone has a different pattern and sees the world differently. When Lin Moyu first changed jobs, being able to transfer 3 times was a top priority. After meeting Bai Yuan, he discovered that the god level is the goal. Now, he has to master the laws and become a half-step super god to be qualified to know the ancient secrets. For most professionals, stepping into the god level is already out of reach, and half-step super gods are even unthinkable. But for Lin Moyu, a half-step superman is not enough, far from enough. The old man suspected of being Lao Tzu hopes that Lin Moyu can become the leader of this era. What is the leader of the times? Even becoming a super god is not enough, half a step of super god is nothing. It can only be said that the Kunlun God in front of him is not a little bit worse in appearance than the old man in Original Secret Realm. Is it enough to be a half-step super god? Lin Moyu said softly. These words made God Kunlun frown. His expression was always gentle, but now he felt that Lin Moyu was more or less self-indulgent. God Kunlun did not refute Lin Moyu, but his tone was slightly lowered. It is difficult to control the law, don't think about it too simply. Even at our time, when the law appeared, there were very few people who could control the law. Lin Moyu naturally knows that it is not easy to master the law, but he is confident, I will achieve it. God Kunlun looked at Lin Moyu thoughtfully. In his eyes, Lin Moyu is a bit arrogant and doesn't know the heights of the sky and the earth. If half-step super god is so easy, why has only one half-step super god appeared in the human race world in the past 100 years? Moreover, there are only a few half-step super gods that have appeared in history, and occasionally they will be out of gear. The memory of Kunlun Great God is boiling. Even in his era, there were not many half-step super gods. He said slowly, having confidence is a good thing, but don't be arrogant. Lin Moyu nodded, I understand. Lin Moyu's attitude is neither humble nor overbearing. After seeing too many powerful beings, although a great god deserves his respect, he doesn't need to be too flattering. What's more, he is just a great god who is sleeping in his body, and he doesn't know when he will wake up. The mentality changes as early as unconsciously. God Kunlun didn't say anything more, and changed the subject. You have passed the final assessment of the dungeon, and I want to help you with one thing. Lin Moyu knew that the main event was coming. Tell me, there is something I can do. Lin Moyu didn't agree directly, he had to listen to what was going on before deciding whether to agree or not. In case of any dangerous matter, Lin Moyu would definitely refuse. God Kunlun said in a deep voice, before I tell you, I want to ask, can I trust you? Lin Moyu said frankly, it's hard to say, it depends on the situation. For example, what you asked me to do is very dangerous and may endanger my life. It's also possible that what you want me to do may endanger the human race. Lin Moyu listed 2 possibilities. The former one is okay, Lin Moyu would just refuse. In the second case, Lin Moyu will not only refuse, but may even do something radical. The main body of Kunlun Great God is sleeping, and it is hard to say how much divine power this elemental body can exert. In fact, the great god of Kunlun took Lin Moyu into the Kunlun shrine, taking a risk. It's hard to say what will happen if Lin Moyu has any malicious intentions. Lin Moyu's combat strength is not bad, he has slaughtered gods, and there are many god-level powerhouses. The 5-star god will not be fake. Similarly, Lin Moyu took a risk when he was willing to enter the Kunlun shrine. What if God Kunlun has any malice towards him? After all, this is a great god. Of course, Lin Moyu never fights uncertain battles. With the dragon scale of Antares in hand, he believes that there is no problem with safety. Ultimately, both are gambling. In essence, the two have established the most basic trust. Lin Moyu's tone is sincere, and Kunlun God can understand it. The more so, the more relieved he is actually. If Lin Moyu agrees with all his heart, he will be a little worried instead. He smiled a little. Don't worry, what I want you to do will not harm the human race. After all, I used to be your human race's comrade in arms, a life and death friend. He said the words friendship between life and death very seriously, and his eyes were full of majesty, as if he was nostalgic for the past years. Then he continued, as for the danger, it may mean death to others, but with your combat power, it's just a little troublesome at best. He knows what kind of combat power Lin Moyu has. He can counterattack Tushin, a 5-star warrior. Although Lin Moyu is only level 74, sometimes his combat power cannot be judged by his level. Characters like Lin Moyu, who were called evildoers in their era, were even more geniuses than Tianjiao. I want to hear the specifics. Lin Moyu was straightforward. God Kunlun didn't continue to detour. I hope you can go to the lower level of the ancient battlefield, the lower part of the wild continent, and help me get something. Lin Moyu asked, King Longhai? Kunlun nodded, that's right. To get something. My wife's godhead. Lin Moyu looked at the great god Kunlun. Is your wife's godhead at the bottom of Qinglong? God Kunlun smiled wryly. Back then, she fought hard and died, and her godhead fell into the Qinglong Sea and sank to the bottom of the sea. Recovering her godhead, this is what I have always wanted to do. It's a pity that this matter is too difficult, even a half-step god level 89 can't do it. I've been waiting for so many years, and finally I've waited for you. Kunlun Great God's tone was a bit sad, especially in his eyes. The sadness was uncontrollable. Lin Moyu can feel his voice from the soul, very sincere, not lying. God Kunlun continued, my wife and I are different from other gods. We didn't become gods naturally, but became gods by chance. Before we became gods, we were all humans. Lin Moyu was shocked. The Kunlun God actually said that he was a human race, before he became a god. No wonder, back then, he said he was fighting side by side with the human race. Maybe this was one of the reasons. The Kunlun great myth has not been finished yet. He is like an old man at the moment, wanting to talk. Perhaps the god of life also died in battle. If she is still alive, maybe my wife has a chance to be resurrected. Although I can't resurrect my wife, it's always what my husband should do to find his godhead. That's the only thing I can do for her. The memories are mixed with sadness, rendering the whole Kunlun shrine. The wind chimes fluttered, playing a sad piece of music. Lin Moyu said in a deep voice, the sea is vast, and a godhead is like looking for a needle in a haystack, it's hard to find. God Kunlun slowly stretched out his hand, and all the wind chimes vibrated. Then Lin Moyu saw a huge and exquisite wind chime falling from the sky. The wind chime carries the aura of gods and spirits, and at the same time the law permeates. When the wind chime first appeared, it was as big as a bronze bell, but when it finally fell into the hands of the great god Kunlun, there was nothing left but his fist. Lin Moyu recognized that this was the wind chime hanging outside the Kunlun shrine. God Kunlun looked at the wind chime, his eyes full of memories. This is my wife's natal weapon. If you hold it, if the distance between you and the godhead is less than 100 kilometers, it will respond. Lin Moyu took the wind chime from Kunlun God, and then a detection technique landed on the wind chime. Holy Tone Wind Chime, mythical weapon, the weapon of the god of Holy Tone. Possess a mythical weapon, and the weapon contains the calendar of laws. The god of holy music, the wife of the great god of Kunlun, is also a high-level god. As for whether it is level 96 or 98, Lin Moyu does not know. But the high-level gods must be very strong. At least the power of its laws is not what I can resist now. Such gods also fell. In the disaster that year, Zhao Hao, the gods fell. Don't know what happened. Lin Moyu is holding the Xingyin wind chime. He can't use this weapon. For him, it's just an ordinary wind chime that is more solid and more beautiful. I can help you with this matter, but everything is equal. What is the reward? God Kunlun said, you got a Kunlun snow grass in the first dungeon, right? Kunlun snow grass, an additional reward for the dungeon of Kunlun Shrine, beginner, if used below level 80, it can be upgraded by 1 level. When used below level 70, it can be upgraded by 2 levels. It can be used below level 60 and can be upgraded. Kunlun snow grass can directly increase the level, and the effect is extraordinary. When he first got the Kunlun snow grass, he was astonished. He never imagined that there is such a miraculous thing in the world. Now his vision and experience are different. If you look back, you will know that Kunlun snow grass contains a huge amount of soul power. It is the power of the soul that raises the level. After getting it, Lin Moyu has not used it. Upgrading the level is not very useful to him. It only takes a little time for him to upgrade, it's not difficult, and he doesn't need to rely on external objects. God Kunlun pointed to a flower garden in the distance. That is your reward. In the flower garden, Kunlun snowgrass is planted. There are tens of thousands of them. Every plant is full of vitality, and there is a familiar atmosphere in the vitality. These vitality come from the power of life, and the power of life comes from the formation outside the copy, from a large number of human professionals who came to the Kunlun Mountains. God Kunlun pointed casually, and a formation appeared outside the flower garden. Wisps of vitality come from the void into the formation, and through the conversion of the power of law in the formation, the dross is removed, leaving only the essence, and finally poured into the flower bed to become the nourishment of the snow grass. It turns out that the vitality is here. Only then did Lin Moyu realize that he had thought wrong earlier. The life force absorbed by the formation was not taken away by God Kunlun. Instead, they came here and became the nourishment of Kunlun snow grass. God Kunlun said, you should have thought before that those vitality were absorbed by me, right? Lin Moyu admitted generously, that's right. I also judged from the absorbed vitality that there should be gods sleeping. God Kunlun chuckled, your judgment is correct. My body is indeed in a deep sleep, and I have been asleep for a long time, and I don't even know when I will wake up. These vitality are of little use to me. And what you see is only the tip of the iceberg, not only the formations of the Kunlun Mountains outside, but also the entire Kunlun Mountains are equipped with a large number of formations. It's not just the vitality of professionals that is absorbed. The vitality of all creatures in the Kunlun Mountains, including plants, is also being continuously absorbed. It's just that this level of absorption will not cause any damage to them. Lin Moyu understands this truth. Such a little vitality, even if it is not sucked away by the formation, will be exchanged silently and disappear in the end. The formation is just to gather these excess vitality and use it to grow Kunlun snow grass. In the flower garden, Kunlun snow grass is high and low, big and small. One of them is particularly strong. It is obviously more than 3 times taller than other Kunlun snow grasses, and it can be called the king of snow grasses. Lin Moyu asked, is Kunlun snow grass useful to you? God Kunlun shook his head, it's useless. Kunlun snow grass is not prepared for us. The meaning is self-evident, since it is not prepared for the gods, it is prepared for the human race. But among the human race, no one has ever heard of Kunlun snow grass, and Lin Moyu was the first to get it. God Kunlun explained, these things were useful in the past, and maybe they will be useful in the future, but I hope I will never need to use them. This snow grass king, which grows out of thousands of miles, is my reward for you. If you can get my wife's godhead, I will give Snowgrass King in exchange. Lin Moyu asked, what's the use of Snowgrass King? He didn't use probing techniques to check. One was impolite in front of God Kunlun. The second is that there is a formation covering the flower garden, and Lin Moyu is not sure whether the detection technique is useful. God Kunlun said, if you want to break through the half-step super god in the future, Snowgrass, Axai, Master, will be of great use. Besides that, Snowgrass King has another function. I'll tell you after you get back your godhead. Lin Moyu pondered for a few seconds before making a decision in his mind. Good. In the end, Lin Moyu agreed to the request of the Kunlun Great God. It is said to be a request, but it is actually a transaction. It's just that in terms of attitude, God Kunlun is asking for others, and he is very polite to Lin Moyu. Otherwise, with his status, he would be higher than Lin Moyu, and there was absolutely no need to do so. After Lin Moyu left the instance, the Kunhua shrine was once again hidden in the snow. As the wind howled, the Kunlun God stood in the garden and murmured, "After waiting for so many years, I finally waited for one. I hope he can succeed, Einer, I miss you so much." His voice was finally covered by the wind and snow and disappeared. There was no one outside the dungeon, except for the whistling wind. It seemed extremely quiet. Kunlun Shrine, a high-level copy, is located on the top of Kunlun Peak in the eyes of most people. But Lin Moyu knows that this is far from the peak. The real peak is in the copy, and it has to go up another 1,000 meters. The place where the Kunlun Shrine is located is the peak. And it is conceivable that the former Kunlun Shrine must not be on the ground, but should be floating in the air. It came down because of the deep sleep of Kunlun God. The feeling of entering the Kunlun Shrine just now is still there, and thinking about it carefully, he realized that the Kunlun Shrine itself is a big killer, very powerful. I am also courageous enough. If God Kunlun really has malicious intentions towards him, then I am afraid that the trouble will not be small. Lin Moyu didn't leave for the ancient battlefield immediately. There was no rush. He and God Kunlun did not agree on a time. He has been waiting for so many years, and he doesn't care about waiting for a while. Lin Moyu intends to do the dungeon first. Although there is not much experience in the dungeon, he can get a lot of equipment. These equipments are useless to oneself, but they are very useful to the entire human race. Both Anwen and Yuan came from the army, and most of the army in the empire belonged to them. With so many people under his command and so many top professionals, he urgently needs a lot of quasi-legendary equipment. What's more, there is also the Kunlun suit, and Lin Moyu also wants to get a set for Meng Anwen and the others. If anyone in the world is most likely to collect a complete set of Kunlun suits of the same attribute, Lin Moyu knows that it must be himself. The dungeon cooldown was reset, and Lin Moyu teleported into the dungeon again. The moment he entered the dungeon, he was violently attacked. The rules of dungeon have not changed, it remains the same. For elemental fortresses, a large number of monsters over level 75 will attack those who enter the copy. This is the first wave of attacks. If you can't even withstand this wave of attacks, then there is no need to continue fighting. Many professionals died under the first wave of attacks. Not a game, but real death. Their bodies remain in the copy forever. In the human race, deaths in dungeons happen every day. But ones as cruel as Gaodwan Kunlun Shrine are rare. If you want to gain, you must pay a price. While people are attacking dungeons and gaining experience and equipment, some dungeons are also eliminating unqualified professionals. Some people have done statistics: the higher the dungeon level, the higher the difficulty, and the death rate is also rising. On the contrary, those low-level dungeons are relatively safe. Lin Moyu carried the attack, and the undead army came out in response. Quickly cleaned up all the surrounding monsters, and then shattered the shields of the 4 elemental fortresses, beheading the commanders in the fortresses. When seeing the formation light ball in the second paragraph, Lin Moyu didn't even give it a chance to evolve into a snowman of light, so he directly summoned the Skeleton King and killed it with a single blow. Afterwards, 4 passages were opened and the 3rd level was entered. Lin Moyu has always been used to leapfrog challenges, and he is already confronting the gods before level 70. A dungeon that is only at the same level as him is not difficult at all. Letting the undead army destroy the monsters, Lin Moyu walked along the mountain road alone to the end of the 3rd level. This time there is no formation to obstruct it. The end of the 3rd level is really the end of the dungeon. Pressing against the invisible wall, Lin Moyu could feel the power of the law. Looking up, there is nothingness, and the Kunlun shrine cannot be seen. He knew that it was normal now, and it was the dungeon that most professionals saw. Accompanied by the roar of the elements, the Kunlun giant eagle descended from the sky. But what greeted it was the giant bone sword of King Kunlun. Lin Moyu didn't do anything from the beginning to the end, just the undead army and the skeleton king. He got through the dungeon very easily. After the Kunlun giant eagle was eliminated this time, the dungeon exit was revealed. Lin Moyu did not hesitate, and quickly left through the exit. In the next second, he returned to the copy and continued. Time and time again, Lin Moyu kept brushing the book back and forth. It takes less than half an hour each time. Since the copy of Kunlun Shrine appeared, no one has done it like Lin Moyu. Harvest dozens of quasi-legendary equipment at a time, plus 4 Kunlun suits. If it were someone else, they would definitely yell, "I am rich." Lin Moyu didn't feel anything about it, just brushed the copies over and over again. In the storage space, all kinds of equipment increased rapidly. In just half a day, Lin Moyu has swiped a full 20 times. Harvested quasi-legendary equipment, more than 800 pieces. Lin Moyu is really worried that if he continues to brush like this, the copy will be wiped out by himself. Equipment cannot be produced for no reason, there must always be a source. But all over the world, there are equipment output in all major dungeons. What is the source of the equipment? Lin Moyu was puzzled. He asked Antares, and the answer he gave was, "You are not qualified to know." Antares obviously knew something, but he didn't tell himself. As for the old man suspected of being Lao Tzu, he didn't even dare to ask. It is another huge mystery that needs to be solved by himself in the future. When Lin Moyu completed the 20th copy, the storage space was officially declared full. Besides some of his own stuff, the storage space is full of equipment and materials. There are a total of 80 pieces of Kunlun suits alone. As for whether a complete set of the same attribute can be formed, Lin Moyu only cared about the book and didn't even look at it. No way, Lin Moyu had no choice but to give up the idea of continuing to brush books, and planned to go back first. At this time, the vortex of the dungeon lights up, and bursts of space fluctuations come. A group of people teleported out of it. They were uniformly dressed, and they were exactly the group of people Lin Moyu had seen when he went up the mountain. Lin Moyu guessed that this group of people should be from the military. Their actions were too orderly, and at the same time exuded a distinctive temperament. Even the team of the Jialan Guild could not do this. After the group of people came out, after 2 seconds of stagnation, their sight was restored. When he saw Lin Moyu, he suddenly became vigilant. One by one, they acted quickly and formed a battle array. In this way, Lin Moyu confirmed his guess that these people were really soldiers. Others can deceive people, but this kind of instinctive emergency response cannot deceive people. Lin Moyu smiled and signaled that they don't need to be nervous, he has no malicious intentions. The leader walked like a tiger, and came to Lin Moyu in 2 or 3 steps, and asked in a deep voice, "Excuse me, are you the God General of Lin Moyu?" Lin Moyu smiled, took out his sergeant badge and put it on. The sergeant's badge is dazzling purple, and the 5 stars on it are even more eye-catching. When the man saw it clearly, he was startled, his expression was exaggerated and he lost his size, and he exclaimed loudly, "5-star General." Just when a gust of wind blew, the biting wind poured into his mouth with an astonishing chill, making him cough non-stop. He suppressed his cough and saluted Lin Moyu, "I've seen Lin Shan too." Lin Moyu smiled, "You don't have to do that, I'm just a famous general, and I don't have a position in the army." "Are you dungeon raiders in the army?" The man shouted, "We are the Xinsha Empire Army, the 8th Military Region, the Dungeon Raiders team and the 3rd team. I am the captain, Chi Taiju." Lin Moyu smiled, "Well, you guys are doing well, is this harvest okay?" The man hesitated, "Report to the general, I can't say. The army has military rules, and many things cannot be said without permission." Although Lin Moyu is a 5-star general, after all, he is only a name, and his status is indeed high, but he also has no real position and no real power. Lin Moyu said, "Okay, you guys pay attention to safety. If you have the ability, you can try to open a few more passages. That way there will be more monsters, but the harvest can also be doubled. Chi Taiju said, it's too dangerous to open 2 passages. Lin Moyu glanced over the crowd. Not only did these people act in unison, but their aura was also very unified. They are all level 80 professionals. People who come out of the army, not to mention tacit understanding in combat. Swept by Lin Moyu's gaze, they all stood up straight, bursting out with the strongest energy. This is a 5-star general, real big shot. Lin Moyu is also very satisfied with them. He has already reached level 80 and has become a top professional, but none of them has arrogance. Lin Moyu said, I think that as long as you cooperate tacitly, it should be no problem to open 2 channels at the same time. Chi Taiju said, our level is indeed enough, but the equipment is still lacking. If every brother can get a complete set of legendary equipment, there may be a chance. The equipment they obtained may not necessarily be their turn to use. It needs to be distributed by the upper level, before it can fall into the hands of the right person. This is the army. Lin Moyu thought for a while, meeting his fate. I have some equipment from the dungeon here, you all come to pick it out and see if there is any suitable one. As he spoke, Lin Moyu took out about 800 pieces of quasi-speaking conference-level equipment. All of a sudden, the ground is full of equipment, densely packed, higher than the hill. The years of snow had been crushed, and the pure white ice and snow world suddenly appeared a lot of color. Everyone was stunned. What does it mean that equipment is piled up like a mountain? That's it. Chi Taiju was taken aback again. General Lin, your equipment is all from the dungeon? How long have you been playing the dungeon? Lin Moyu said, it's only half a day, 400 pieces at a time, very quickly. Chi Taiju was stunned, and all the soldiers opened their mouths wide in shock, unable to speak. What is a piece of 400 pieces, very quickly? What is half a day? They fought once, and it took nearly a day to obtain about 10 pieces of quasi-legendary equipment. After that, you have to wait 10 days until the dungeon cooldown is over, before you can play the second time. In a team of 24, it is impossible for everyone to have a high-level cooling amulet. With the equipment in front of them, they have to fight 80 times. Calculated once every 10 days, at least 800 days, that is, more than 3 years. It took me 3 years of hard work, but Lin Moyu only spent half a day. People are really pissed off. Chi Taiju was convinced, and there is no one worthless under his great reputation. Regardless of Lin Moyu's level, his strength is real. The key to Lin Moyu's willingness to give them equipment is the 8th military region, to which they belong. The 8th military region has another name, that is Fortress Number 8. Those belong to the forces of Bai Yuan and Meng Anwen. As long as they came from Fortress Number 8, they were all their cronies. So, these are our own people. In Baishan Courtyard, the former calm has been restored. Meng Anwen, Bai Yuan, and Yan Guangxing sat together, drinking tea. The promotion of Meng Anwen and Bai Yuan ended half a day ago. They successfully reached level 96, the law entered the body, and the fusion skills. From then on, they can drive the law, and the power of their skills has greatly increased. The next thing to do is to integrate more laws into the skills, and while enhancing the power of the skills, it also strengthens itself. As the number of laws that can be driven increases, the intensity continues to increase, and finally understand the true meaning of the laws, and you can start to control the laws. Once they reach this point, they become half-step super gods. Yan Guangxing said, Xiaoyu has been away for a long time, and I don't know when he will be back. Bai Yuan drank his tea. The boy said that we don't need to care about the third turn, and I don't know what he's going to do. Meng Anwen chuckled, don't worry about Xiaoyu, it's definitely no problem for Xiaoyu to turn 3 times, there's someone here. Yan Guangxing sighed, I really didn't expect Xiaoyu to be able to talk to that person. Bai Yuan said, that's right, before the entire human race, only half-step super gods were eligible to talk to that person. Even if we reach level 96, we are still not qualified. Yan Guangxing thought of the time when he challenged Antares over his own strength. Now that he thinks about it, it is not bad if he can save his life. Meng Anwen suddenly frowned. Xiao Yu is back. Several faces showed surprise. After his voice fell, there was a spatial fluctuation outside the small courtyard. Someone teleported here. There are only a few people in the Saint clan who are eligible to be directly transferred to Baishan courtyard. They sensed Lin Moyu's aura, and they all showed shock. Meng Anwen whispered, Xiao Yu has completed 3 turns, and Yan Quanxing's senses are also keen, and it's very strong. I feel stronger than the average god level. How did Xiao Yu complete the 3rd turn, and what kind of tricks did that person use? That person's means, you, and I can't think of it. If you don't say Xiao Yu for a while, don't ask. Got it. They are all old and mature, and they are very clear about what can be asked and what should not be asked. Lin Moyu also hadn't returned to Baishan courtyard for a long time, and there was a little nostalgia in his eyes. Recently, along the way, although he has seen a wider sky, returning to this square inch can make him feel warm. Since Grandma left, my sister has also embarked on her own path. This is the warmest place in my memory. Teacher, I'm back. Seeing 3 familiar figures, Lin Moyu respectfully greeted them. Go up and offer tea to the 3 teachers. These 3 teachers treat themselves sincerely and have no selfishness at all. Meng Anwen didn't speak, and Lin Moyu came back safely. That's enough. Yan Quanxing smiled and said, not bad. Xiao Yu not only completed the 3rd rank, but also improved greatly in strength. Bai Yuan also laughed loudly. Boy, you really didn't disappoint me. In the middle of speaking, he suddenly jumped up. How did you become a 5-star general? At this time, Meng Anwen noticed the sergeant badge on Lin Moyu's shoulder, and said softly, Xiao Yu, drink some tea and speak slowly. To become a 5-star general must go through a lot of battles. I don't know what Lin Moyu went through. Although Lin Moyu's combat power cannot be measured by level, he is only level 74 after all. In the face of a god-level powerhouse, if there is no pressure at all, no ghost will believe it. Lin Moyu saw that the faces of the 3 were a little weird, and his heart was also weird, and he didn't know what was wrong. After he sat down, Bai Yuan took the initiative to pour tea for him, and asked, by the way, was it very dangerous at that time? Yan Quanxing followed Bai Yuan's words, did they come one by one, or all together? Are they demons or dragons? Lin Moyu said, it's the dragon clan. 13 dragon kings came together. 12 low-level dragon kings, and 1 medium dragon king. Hiss. The 3 of them looked at each other in blank dismay. The size of this team was not small. Naturally, they are not afraid. If other god-level powerhouses come across them, they will either run away or die. Bai Yuan asked, this battle is very thrilling. Lin Moyu shook his head, it's not dangerous, it only lasted 2 minutes. Hiss. Breathing out again, the 2 couldn't believe it even more. Meng Anwen seemed to realize something. After your 3rd turn, isn't your strength increased a lot? Lin Moyu affirmed Meng Anwen's words, it's really big. Without using external objects, my actual combat power should be close to level 93. If you use foreign objects, it's not difficult to kill a god-level powerhouse at level 93. The foreign matter mentioned by Lin Moyu refers to the solidified blood of the 497 god of fire, as well as the fresh blood of the poisonous god. These 2 methods, with the continuous improvement of their own strength recently, the frequency of using them has been greatly reduced. However, Lin Moyu still has the strongest trump card, which is to detonate the god crystal of Thor's Law and the corpse of the poisonous god. Lin Moyu will not use it until the last moment of desperation. Listening to Lin Moyu's narration, all 3 of them realized that they were wrong. The Dragon Clan is really called 1,000 miles to send military merits, and it directly sent Lin Moyu from a 3-star general to a 5-star general. Bai Yuan looked at Meng Anwen, old Meng, you read a lot. Has our human race ever easily wiped out a god-level figure in just 3 turns? Meng Anwen looked at Bai Yuan like he was looking at an idiot. Does this have anything to do with reading? If there is such a character, wouldn't you know it? Yan Quanxing followed, that is, if there were such a character, our human race would have counterattacked the Abyss Dragon realm long ago. It can easily slaughter god-level powerhouses when it is more than 70 levels. Then wait until he becomes a god level, or even a half-step god level. I'm afraid that even the real super gods are not his opponents. The Demon Emperor of the Abyss, the Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Realm. They are all only half-step super gods, and they are far from the level of super gods. Lin Moyu's leapfrog challenge ability is really terrifying. When Lin Moyu becomes a half-step super god, maybe he really has the opportunity to lead the human race to counterattack the Abyss and the Dragon World. The eyes of the three were shining brightly. Bai Yuan and Yan Guangxing were especially excited. Lin Moyu probably guessed their thoughts, he also had such thoughts. But Jiang Yi once said a word, even if he became a super god, he would not even think about destroying the Abyss and the Dragon World. It seems that there are some secrets unknown to outsiders. Then think of Di Huang, who lived in seclusion for 100 years, basically not caring about world affairs, just sitting in charge of the human race. And now go to the unknown. Only at their level can we understand why. Lin Moyu didn't answer the words of the three of them, but instead said, "Teacher, I went to brush the high-level dungeons of Kunlun Shrine a few times, and brought back some quasi-legendary equipment. It's useless for me to keep it." Bai Yuan said, "There is also a team in the army that specializes in attacking the Kunlun Shrine. I went there when I was young. It is indeed a good place to produce equipment. Especially the Kunlun suit, if you can get a complete set of the same attribute, it is really no worse than legendary equipment." Yan Guangxing snorted, "Why do you say it's useless? Who can get this equipment? The army has fought so many times for so many years, and they only have 5 sets. Bai Yuan said, "That stuff doesn't suit me." Yan Guangxing said, "It's not suitable for me either. The army has always had a special team there to refresh equipment. After so many years, it can be regarded as a few sets. However, those sets of attributes are not suitable for the two of them." Lin Moyu didn't say anything, but with a thought, a large amount of equipment suddenly appeared on the open space outside the small courtyard. All kinds of equipment piled up like a mountain, and even Meng Anwen was a little shocked at this moment, and couldn't help but sit up straight. Bai Yuan covered his head. "Oh boy, how many times have you checked it?" Lin Moyu said seriously, 20 times. Yan Guangxing was not very sure. "Do you open 4 channels every time?" Lin Moyu nodded, repeated. "Then can you get 4 Kunlun suits every time?" His eyes suddenly became hot. 20 times, that is 80 Kunlun suits. Even if it can't form a complete set, don't forget, they have it in the army warehouse. Lin Moyu completed the accumulation of an elite team for several years by himself, for most of the day. This efficiency is too high. Lin Moyu also took out the Kunlun suit, and there was another pile of hills. The Kunlun suit is obviously higher in level and more powerful in energy, piled together and distributed wantonly. "Teacher, let's see if there is any suitable one. I'll try it another day." It is not difficult for him to brush the book, and it will not be revealed at all. With just one thought, the undead army can be cleared from beginning to end. What he does most is walking, taking a walk, and then harvesting. If it wasn't for the storage space being full, Lin Moyu would probably still be brushing equipment in the Kunlun Shrine. Meng Anwen didn't pursue the Kunlun suit, he already had the Shengxiata, so he didn't need any other equipment. Legendary equipment has a not-so-good feature, that is, exclusivity. Once you have legendary equipment, you cannot use equipment lower than legendary. So no matter how good the attributes of the Kunlun suit are, it has nothing to do with Meng Anwen. Unless he is willing to give up the god, Shatar. Bai Yuan and Yan Guangxing were different, their eyes were shining brightly, and they picked through the piles of Kunlun suits one by one, looking for the equipment that suits them. It is the dream of many professionals to form a Kunlun suit with the same attributes. Even if these two are already high-level gods at level 96, they are still not immune. Lin Moyu poured a cup of tea for Meng Anwen. "Teacher Meng, some time ago I got a weapon left by the gods, mythical level." Meng Anwen's eyebrows twitched. "Which god is it?" "The god of blood devouring." Lin Moyu took out the blood god disc and told what happened on Feng Lake continent at that time. Meng Anwen has heard of the god of blood devouring. Although this god is not as famous as the god of wind, fire, and water, its strength far exceeds that of the god of wind, fire, and water. Is a true high god. The weapons of high-level gods must be mythical weapons, possessing the power of law. And the weapon will never leave the hand. The blood god disc was first obtained by Feng Hua, and now it has fallen into the hands of Lin Moyu, which shows that the god of blood devouring has really fallen. Lin Moyu said, "The weapons of the gods seem to be useless for us humans." Antares told him so. Lin Moyu could only choose to believe. However, Meng Anwen has also reached the high-level god level now, and perhaps he can get some inspiration through the study of the blood god disc. One rule is universal. Meng Anwen took the blood god disc, carefully sensed it for a moment, then stretched out his hand, and the god Shada appeared in midair. The god Shada hangs down and shrouds the blood god disc. Under Meng Anwen's control, the god Shada continued to rotate, and a large number of runes appeared in the streamer. Lin Moyu knew that Meng Anwen was analyzing the blood god disc. This is one of the alchemist's abilities. Meng Anwen is a dual professional god, an alchemist and a magician. The two professions are independent and complement each other, which greatly increases Meng Anwen's strength. Boom! The huge sound was like thunder, and the god Shada suddenly shook violently, and then was blown away and disappeared into the sky. The blood god disc glowed with a faint red light, and the surface seemed to flow like fresh blood. Meng Anwen didn't care about Fei's god Shata, who has his soul imprint. No matter where he flies to, he only needs a thought to come back. Meng Anwen said in a low voice, "As expected of a mythical weapon, it has its own laws and is extremely powerful. It can blow the god Shada into the air without anyone controlling it." The blood god disc is indeed powerful. Lin Moyu asked, "Does this thing work?" Meng Anwen said with a smile, "For others, it's really useless. But for me, it's of great use. God Shada is a special legendary equipment. With its own plasticity, it has a chance to become a mythical equipment, but 5.2 lacks the opportunity. Now that the opportunity has come, I can slowly analyze the structure in the blood god disc, especially its internal laws. The Shenzhen Pagoda can be simulated and arranged with formations." In the end, the god Shada was also upgraded to mythical equipment. Meng Anwen was a little excited. Legendary equipment is extremely rare in the human race. Then there are only a handful of mythical weapons and equipment. If the god Shada can become a mythical equipment, it will be a good thing for the human race. Looking at Meng Anwen's appearance, he should have a lot of confidence. Meng Anwen smiled, and so did Lin Moyu. He was also very happy to be able to help Meng Anwen. Then Lin Moyu said, "Teacher, I will trouble you this time, and then send me to the lower space." Meng Anwen asked, strangely, "Didn't you just come back from there?" Lin Moyu sighed, "There are still some things, I have to go there. I have reached a deal with someone, and I need to complete it." Meng Anwen didn't ask any further questions, knowing that Lin Moyu must have his own ideas. With a move in my heart, the god Shada teleported from an unknown place. Then a teleportation formation appeared in the air. It wasn't until Lin Moyu left that Bai Yiyuan and Yan Guangxing raised their heads from the pile of Kunlun suits. Bai Yiyuan wondered, "Xiao Yu just came back, why did she leave again?" Meng Anwen said, casually, "He said that there is still a deal to be completed, and I don't know who the deal is with." Yan Guangxing said, "This child cannot rest." Bai Yiyuan said unhappily, "You never had a rest when you were young. Let me put down the bracelet on your hand. I was the first to see it." Yan Guangxing yelled, "Get out, I'm obviously the first to see it, so it's your turn when it's time." Bai Yiyuan was not reconciled, "I'm short of 3 suits." Yan Guangxing fought back on the spot and didn't give him any face. "I'm only 2 things away. Who can blame me for being slow? If I talk nonsense, I'll kill you with a knife. I beat you into mud with 1 punch. 2 you come and I go each other." Meng Anwen chuckled, the 2 of them had long been used to fighting. They are already very young, and they are still like old children. If they don't quarrel every day, they will not be happy. After he sent Lin Moyu away, he sent the blood god disc to Shangxiata, and began to study and analyze it carefully. The whole person lay lazily on the chair, as if taking a nap. His mind had already entered Shangxiata, and began to analyze the bits and pieces in the blood god's plate. Just being able to drive the law, the understanding of the law is still half understood. Now that such a good opportunity is in front of him, how could Mang Anwen miss it? The law needs to be comprehended by oneself, and the law comprehended by each person is different. At this step, it is no longer like when I was in school, or learning some simple skills the instructor can still teach. Wherever you go, you can only look at yourself. Mang Anwen has already studied the rules in the past few days, but he is still confused. Only when upgrading, integrate that trace of law into the skill. It has indeed greatly increased the power of the skill, far exceeding the past. But in the future, he needs to take the initiative to integrate the law into the skill, so he can't do it. Now the blood god plate provided by Lin Moyu contains the laws from the blood god. Although it is different from his path, it can be used as a reference. Mang Anwen was completely immersed in his own research. As for Yan Guangxing and Bai Yuan, the old couple can do whatever they like. Even if the Baishan courtyard is demolished, it's none of his business. What could be more important than studying the laws? Shangxiashang has an extremely strong teleportation ability, and can even select coordinates from ancient battlefields. Mang Anwen obviously had the coordinates of the ancient city of Xinxia in his hand, so he teleported Lin Moyu to the vicinity of the ancient city of Xinxia. Lin Moyu came to the ancient city of Xinxia for the third time. Seen from the sky, the ancient city of Xinxia is square. The side length is only about 5 kilometers, so it can only be regarded as a small city. In the Xinxia Empire, some larger villages are far larger than the ancient city of Xinxia. But Lin Moyu knows its true form, he is not an ancient city at all. This is a war fortress. And its body is far larger than what you see at the moment. When the year fell, it had greatly shrunk its size and curled up completely. If one day, he fully unfolds again and returns to his peak state, it will definitely be a terrifying killer. Lin Moyu didn't enter the city this time. After watching for a while, he flew to the edge of the cliff. The waves of Qinglong Sea water beat against the rocks, making a thunderous sound. Qinglong Sea is not as lightning and thunderous as Fenglai Sea, nor is it as gorgeous and beautiful as Starlight Sea. On the surface, the current is very rough, but people who have been there say that the water is actually very stable. Compared with the rapids on the water surface, it is simply two worlds. Moreover, the people who went down did not encounter any danger, and they all said that Qinglong Sea should be safer than Xingkong Sea and Fenglai Sea. Lin Moyu doesn't believe that there will be a safe place in the ancient battlefield. Great god Kunlun said that when the god of holy music fell, he smashed through the wild continent, and the godhead also fell into the azure dragon sea below the wild continent. However, after so many years, the water situation has changed, and the godhead must have followed the water flow, and I don't know where it has gone. Others are looking for a needle in a haystack, but I am looking for a godhead in a haystack. Lin Moyu snickered, I'm afraid this is not acceptable. It's not easy to find yourself, there must be tricks under King Longhai. If there is no danger, just find a professional with a level of 80 or so. If one doesn't work, you can find a few more. The human race is not nobody. Lin Moyu flew towards the distance with caution. The direction he first went to was not the wild continent, but the place where ocean currents meet, the center of the lower space. In the center of the 4 continents in the southeast, northwest, there is an incomparably huge vortex. The water in the ocean is constantly moving towards eddies. If the godhead is really taken away by the water flow, then the direction of its flow will also be the central vortex. I just hope that if I don't enter the vortex, I really can't find it. But I just promised God Kunlun will do his best. Lin Moyu unleashes his full strength and advances at a speed of 1,000 meters per second. The body is the waves of the Qinglong Sea, one wave after another. From a distance, it looks like a blue dragon, jumping out of the sea, from time to time, churning on the sea. The name of King Longhai also comes from this. Lin Moyu flew all the way without encountering any danger. He didn't even see any living things. Not only didn't he see them with his eyes, he didn't even sense his soul. Wherever he passed, there seemed to be no living things. This alone is very strange. Whether it is the Sea of Starlight or the Sea of Wind and Thunder, there are some native monsters inside. But so far, none of the azure dragon seas he has flown over. Jialan Liang once broke through the ice of the wild continent, entered the Qinglong Sea from there, and was injured by a highly poisonous creature. It shows that there are monsters under King Longhai. So Lin Moyu can only guess whether it is because of the existence of the vortex that there are no monsters here. The monsters are far away from the whirlpool. At this time, he was less than 10,000 meters away from the vortex, and he could already see the huge vortex from a distance. The vortex is like a black hole, sucking seawater from all directions into it, and it doesn't know where it goes. The moment I saw the vortex, a thought suddenly popped up in my mind: could it be that the vortex is dangerous? As soon as this thought came up, the soul suddenly sent a warning, followed by trembling. Danger! Lin Moyu stopped immediately, and then retreated quickly. Just as he was retreating, an invisible giant hand passed in front of him with a speed as fast as lightning. If Lin Moyu was 0.1 second at night, he would definitely be swept by the giant hand. The giant hand cannot be seen with the naked eye, but Lin Moyu was able to detect it because he was always exuding the power of the soul. After several tests, Lin Moyu determined that as long as he did not enter the range of thousands of miles, there would be no danger. 10,000 meters is a critical point. The vortex connects the remaining oceans in all directions. There are monsters living in the other oceans, Lin Moyu is sure. But near the vortex, there wasn't a single monster. Even the starlight in the Starlight Sea has disappeared, and even the starlight does not exist here. The vortex seems to have become a restricted area, and no monsters dare to approach it. But if you can't get close, you can't find out. The detection technique can't fly as far as 10,000 meters. Try it with the undead army. Lin Moyu summoned 10 headless horsemen and made them rush towards the vortex in different directions. He wanted to borrow the sight of the headless horsemen to take a look at the situation in the whirlpool. Anyway, the headless horseman will not die, and will be reborn in his own summoning space after being fatally attacked. The headless horseman launched a dashing skill and rushed over at a speed of 3,000 meters per second. 10 headless horsemen rushed over from different directions and angles. Just when they entered the 10,000 meter range of the vortex, they rushed forward for less than 100 meters in less than 0.1 seconds. The collective collapsed silently. Without any movement, the headless horseman died directly, and then appeared in the summoning space. They died together, almost in no particular order. Lin Moyu felt the attack from the soul, through the vision of the headless horseman. There is almost no distinction between front and back. Lin Moyu's eyes flickered. Try again. 10 headless horsemen are too few. He released 10,000 headless horsemen this time. The headless horsemen circled around the whirlpool, in all directions, in the sky and in the water. Following Lin Moyu's order, the headless horsemen collectively launched their charge skills and rushed over again. Lin Moyu's soul power raged wildly, connecting tens of thousands of visions. Immediately afterwards, a scene that shocked him happened. He saw a flash of blue light, followed by a huge face. This face seems to be a human face, but it is full of various monsters. The human face is composed of the power of the soul, which is extremely powerful and confused. It appeared above the vortex like a wild beast and let out a roar. Thousands of meters spread between the souls, and all the headless horsemen collapsed at the same time. Lin Moyu was also shaking violently, his face was pale. Because his soul was connected to the headless horseman, his soul was also implicated by this roar. 9-colored dragon soul crystal continuously exhales soul power to heal Lin Moyu. The injury to the soul was very slight, just a shock, and it was healed in a blink of an eye. Lin Moyu had some guesses about the whirlpool. That face said a lot. The human face is just a form, the essence is a soul attack. More essentially, it is the disordered consciousness, which means that these soul energies are composed of countless strands of souls. Their souls are combined together, but their consciousness has not been unified. Where do these souls come from, good or bad? They are monster creatures that are attracted along the water. They were sucked into the vortex, and their souls were firmly trapped by the vortex, becoming the power of the vortex. Consciousness has not been destroyed, but also trapped here together. Lin Moyu suddenly felt a creepy feeling. If consciousness exists and can still think, then the vortex is a prison of eternal torment? What is in the vortex? Imprisoning the soul, this is not something ordinary people can do. Lin Moyu was going to try again, draw out the face again, and observe. Although the observation time is only about 0.1 second, the time is not enough to make up the number of times. If you observe a few more times, you may be able to find something. Just about to summon the headless horseman again, Lin Moyu suddenly stopped. Turning around, I saw two professionals flying from a distance. A man and a woman, holding hands, seem to be a couple. The man looks like he should be around 40 years old. Women should be similar, but they have a good face and look much younger. The two flew to Lin Moyu, and the man clasped his fists towards Lin Moyu. Brother, do you want to come to appreciate the great whirlpool in the center too? The central maelstrom is the name of this vortex, Lin Moyu hummed. The man continued, after a while, it will be the time for the whirlpool to flow upstream. This is a rare sight that only happens once a year. Lin Moyu asked, what is a vortex countercurrent? He has never seen a whirlpool in the records, nor has he heard it mentioned by others. The man laughed, that's just the name I gave to the spectacle. I read in an ancient book that the central vortex will erupt once a year when the seawater sprays backwards. It is said to be very spectacular. Lin Moyu was startled, the seawater sprays backwards, what will happen then? The man shook his head, that's the literal meaning. I haven't seen the specific thing. Anyway, it's said to be spectacular. Then the woman said, let's take a closer look. The man agreed, and the two flew towards each other. Lin Moyu shouted sharply, come back. The man paused, what's the matter, little brother? Lin Moyu said, don't get close to Wanmi, it's dangerous and people will die. The man was taken aback for a moment, but he didn't fully believe Lin Moyu's words. It can be seen that Lin Moyu doesn't seem to be joking either. Suddenly, a metal bead was taken out from it. The metal bead was only the size of a fist, and the man threw it into the air, and then played a skill with his fingers. The metal beads exploded with a bang, turning into a sword-wielding puppet half the height of a person. Lin Moyu looked at the man, puppeteer? Puppet masters are rare, and this profession also has blood inheritance. There is only one family of puppet masters in the Xinxia Empire. The man should belong to this puppet master family. The man showed a little pride, that's right, the Southwest Wang family, Wang Feng. The Southwest Royal family, the puppet master family, is an extremely ancient family in the Xinxia Empire. Their history is even older than the Xinxia Empire, and they existed before the founding of the country. Their ancestors made indelible contributions to the Xinxia Empire and the entire human race. There are records of them in the history books of the Xinxia Empire. It's just that in the past 100 years, there has been no god-level powerhouse in the Southwest Royal family, which is a little bit in the middle. But within the empire, no one dared to underestimate it. Even a family with god-level powerhouses would not dare to trouble them. One, because it is full of honor in the Wang family. The second is that there are god-level puppets in the family. Wang Feng, as a descendant of the Southwest Royal family, and has reached level 83, is very likely to become a new generation of god-level puppet master, so he can indeed be proud. A lot of information about the Southwest Wang family flashed across Lin Moyu's mind. The Wang family is a great family. Lin Moyu retreated quickly, and Wang Feng and his wife followed suit. Lin Moyu retreated tens of thousands of meters, and did not stop until he was more than 30 kilometers away from the whirlpool. At this time in the vortex, the waves churned one after another. Every time a huge wave rose, it could exceed a kilometer, and it was still increasing rapidly. The vortex expanded rapidly, swallowing all the surrounding seawater. The position they were standing at just now was submerged by the expanding vortex in less than half a minute. Wang Feng was frightened. If he retreated slowly just now, it would be a life-and-death crisis again. "Thank you, brother." Wang Feng sincerely thanked Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu didn't speak, but stared at the whirlpool with serious eyes. What others see is the turbulent waves, but what he sees is the rioting soul under the waves. Huge soul power appeared in the vortex, turning into giant palms, slapping the water surface continuously, creating huge waves. The soul riot was not only felt by Lin Moyu, but also by Wang Feng. With such violent and powerful soul power, Wang Feng felt that as long as he was hit, he would definitely die beyond death. He looked even paler. Not just hurt, but frightened. How could it be like this? The ancestors did not write that it would be like this. Wang Feng kept murmuring, and his heart even started to sweat. Lin Moyu still ignored him, but had a deeper feeling. The monstrous waves are just appearances, and their core is the riot of soul power. And what is the core of the riot of the power of the soul, and why the riot occurs? In the depths of Lin Moyu's layers, he saw a consciousness that was far more chaotic than before. The vortex absorbed a large number of creatures and monsters, trapped their souls in it, and kneaded them together with their consciousness. Souls fuse with each other under the influence of some kind of mighty force and become stronger. Consciousness is not integrated, they are independent and scattered, and they act independently, thus becoming chaotic and disorderly. It's like a powerful army without a unified command. Some soldiers will go south, some will go north, some will charge, and some of them will retreat. But the entire army is incredibly powerful, even if only a small burst of strength is enough to destroy the enemy. If the place is chaotic, it will not affect much. This is just before, although the consciousness was chaotic before, but it has not yet reached the state of explosion. Now it seems that some changes have taken place inside the vortex, and these chaotic consciousnesses have completely erupted. The chaos of the whirlpool finally reached its limit after several minutes. There was a loud bang, and a huge water wave tens of thousands of meters high was ejected from the center of the vortex, reaching the sky. At this moment, the sky and the sea became a line. From a distance, it looks like a waterfall coming against the current, which is extremely spectacular. Such a huge wave fountain has never been seen before. It was like piercing the sky. Wang Feng and his wife exclaimed at the same time, and the fear just now subsided a lot. Lin Moyu looked at the towering fountain, and he felt that with the eruption, the chaotic consciousness was suddenly driven out and quickly dissipated between the heaven and the earth. There is a strange aura permeating from the bottom of the vortex. God. Lin Moyu frowned, he sensed the breath from the god. Along with the breath of the gods, there are also laws. The power of the law quickly integrated the power of the soul, taking the essence and discarding the dross. Those chaotic consciousnesses are the dross. In the blink of an eye, the chaotic consciousness inside has been driven away, and the remaining soul has become extremely pure. Then the power of the soul fell with the waves and re-entered the vortex. The vortex is like an invisible giant mouth, swallowing the purified soul power in one gulp. The breath of the gods also disappeared without a trace. Lin Moyu finally figured out that there is a god inside the vortex, at least a higher god. It controlled the vortex, absorbed a large number of monster creatures, and kneaded their souls together with extremely rough methods. Wait until the number is enough, and then use the law to dispel the chaotic consciousness in it, and take the power of the soul as your own. This is a means of detaining the soul without distinguishing between the enemy and us, and devouring it at the end. Lin Moyu feels that this god is not friendly and kind. After an eruption, the vortex quickly returned to calm. The vortex shrinks, and the range is much smaller than before. Wang Feng exclaimed, "It's over, although it's dangerous, it's really spectacular. On the line between sea and sky, my ancestors didn't lie to me, it's worth watching." He can only feel the power of the soul on the surface, not as deep as Lin Moyu. He couldn't feel anything deeper. Lin Moyu stared at the vortex, and analyzed it based on what he saw and felt before. There should be a god sleeping deep in the maelstrom, and it should be seriously injured. As long as you enter the vortex, no matter if it is a monster, a human race, a demon or a dragon race, it will treat everyone equally and will not reject anyone who comes. Every few years, when there are enough souls gathered, it will wake up. Use the law to disperse the consciousness in it, and completely swallow the purest soul power. It seems that this god is a god who is good at souls. The gods have their own strengths, and the god sleeping in the vortex is obviously good at the soul. At least not what Lin Moyu can currently match. Lin Moyu thought about it, and flew forward slowly. Seeing this, Wang Feng quickly shouted, "Brother, what are you doing? It's dangerous there." Lin Moyu replied, "It's not in danger for now, I'll go check it out." Wang Feng hesitated for a moment, but did not follow. The eruption of the vortex before really frightened him. If you do it by yourself, you will definitely die. He regretted his life and decided to wait and see what happened. Lin Moyu came to a place 10,000 meters away from the whirlpool, and a headless horseman appeared and rushed towards the whirlpool. This time, the headless horseman successfully rushed into the 10,000-meter range. This time it was not attacked, and then went on without incident. When the headless horseman approached the 1,000-meter range from the edge of the vortex, the soul attack came again. The headless horseman died on the spot and returned to the summoning space. The range has been reduced to 1,000 meters, that is to say, the defensive circle of the gods has been reduced to 1,000 meters. But the soul attack within this kilometer range is more violent than before. This is a restricted area, and no one is allowed to enter. The god still left some power to defend. It seems that its injury is not that serious. Lin Moyu didn't intend to go in and provoke a high-level god who is good at using soul attacks. He is not so arrogant. His eyes swept across the lower space, as if he had seen all 4 oceans in the lower space. In the lower space, except for the Shunlong continent in the east, almost every continent is related to gods. The entire lower space is like a cemetery for gods. A terrifying war once broke out here, and a large number of gods fell here. Seeing that Lin Moyu was fine, Wang Feng boldly came over. "Brother, are you okay?" Lin Moyu shook his head, saying it was all right. Wang Feng said, "I don't know what's going on with the whirlpool in the center. I've never heard anyone say how dangerous it is here." Lin Moyu snorted, "That's because people who get too close are dead. Dead people can't speak." Wang Feng suddenly had a creepy feeling. "Oh my god, it's so scary." "Forget it, don't come here in the future." "Well, don't come if you have nothing to do. This is a place where a powerful god sleeps. It is meaningless to come here unless you want to slaughter the god. But it doesn't look dangerous." Wang Feng looked left and right, but he couldn't see where the danger was. At this time, the vortex looked unusually calm. As long as you don't enter its 1,000-meter restricted area, there is no danger at all. It doesn't look dangerous, but it is actually very dangerous. This god is well disguised. Suddenly, bursts of crisp sound sounded, and the sounds gradually formed a beautiful piece of music. The voice is melodious and pleasant, with a peculiar melody. The sound of the soul. Lin Moyu judged that the sound came from the maelstrom. Wang Feng was surprised. "Brother, did you hear anything?" Lin Moyu hummed, "But the arm of the soul." The woman next to Wang Feng asked, strangely, "Why didn't I hear it?" Wang Feng said, "That's because your soul level is not enough, it's normal if you can't hear it." Then Wang Feng showed a strange expression again. "Why do I feel that this voice seems to be calling for something?" Lin Moyu pointed to the distance. "It is summoning the monster in the sea." Looking in the direction Lin Moyu pointed, the monsters under the Sea of Starlight and the Sea of Wind and Thunder were coming towards the whirlpool. This soul voice is aimed at monsters, and Lin Moyu can only hear it because his soul level is too high. Although Wang Feng's soul level is not as good as Lin Moyu's, he can still hear the voice. Called by the voice of the soul, a large number of monsters galloped from the sea, rushing into the vortex regardless of the danger. After they entered the kilometer range of the vortex, they died silently one by one. The soul and consciousness are hooked out and merged with each other. The scope of the vortex also expanded accordingly. Lin Moyu watched this scene and knew that the same thing should have happened countless times. The sleeping god summoned the creatures again and again, killed them, and forcibly fused their souls together. Then wake up every few years and swallow the fused soul in one gulp. The rules of the law of the jungle can be seen here. The gods are powerful, so they can treat these monsters wantonly. Not only monsters, even professionals, dragons, and demons will end up the same as monsters and will not be treated differently. Lin Moyu left without saying a word. Here in the whirlpool are the naked rules. The cruelest rules of survival in the world are unfolding in front of your eyes. There is no sympathy, no right or wrong, and there is only survival and death. The weak will be slaughtered. This is the biggest reason in the whole thing. Wang Feng chased after him. Brother, where are you going? Lin Moyu said lightly, the blue dragon falls. King Longhai? Wang Feng didn't realize all of a sudden, aren't they on King Longhai? Lin Moyu's next move told him the answer. Lin Moyu suddenly changed direction, plunged into the ocean, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Wang Feng looked suddenly enlightened, so I went to the bottom of the sea. He could clearly see that Lin Moyu didn't want him to follow, so he didn't chase after him. The woman came to Wang Feng's side and said softly, this man is weird. Wang Feng smiled, most of the arrogant people have a bit of a temper. The woman asked strangely, is he very powerful? Wang Feng nodded, only level 74, with a soul comparable to a god level. This kind of person is not very powerful. Who else is more powerful? Their royal family has their own inheritance, and they can sense the target's soul level. Lin Moyu's soul level is very high, and has reached the god level. In other words, for Lin Moyu, achieving the god level is inevitable. So Wang Feng is extremely polite to Lin Moyu, which is different from others. Wang Feng smiled, when you see him in the future, be more polite. His future achievements are limitless. The woman is also someone who has been there, and she knows the meaning of Wang Feng's words very well. No one knows how deep the Qinglong Sea is. A level 89 professional once went down there, but they did not reach the bottom even after diving tens of thousands of meters. Finally, because of too much pressure, I had to give up. Lin Moyu knows that if the godhead is still in the Qinglong Sea, it can only be at the bottom of the sea. There was silence in Qinglong Sea without any monsters. Even though the vortex summoned souls, monsters were summoned from Starlight Sea and Fenglei Sea, but no monsters came from Qinglong Sea. It seems that there are no monsters in King Longhai, but Lin Moyu knew that there were monsters in King Longhai. When something goes wrong, there must be a demon. Lin Moyu dived deeper and deeper, reaching 5,000 meters in the blink of an eye. There isn't any light here, it's really pitch black. The power of the soul flowed slowly and spread out, turning into Lin Moyu's eyes. Water pressure came from all directions, constantly squeezing Lin Moyu. But Lin Moyu was not affected at all. The water pressure at 5,000 meters was not enough to hurt him. Until Lin Moyu came to a place 10,000 meters deep, a white light suddenly lit up in front of his eyes, and the skeleton armor was automatically activated. Lin Moyu continued to sink, 20,000 meters. 30,000 meters. When it reached 50,000 meters, the skeleton armor couldn't bear it and exploded into pieces. Lin Moyu didn't refill it anymore, anyway, it would have to be broken to save trouble. All the pressure he was under was passed on to the Undead army after being greatly weakened. The Undead army is in the summoning space, sharing the pressure for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu continued to sink. Finally at 100,000 meters, he came to the bottom of the sea. At this time, the water pressure has reached an astonishing level, even level 89 professionals can't bear it, at least they have to reach the god level to get here. But god-level powerhouses cannot act for long in the lower space. Lin Moyu also realized why Kunlun God didn't find someone else, it was useless to find someone else. Below the god level, only oneself can bear it. The dead quiet seabed of Qinglong and the rough sea surface seem to be two extremes. The power of the vortex still exists, and you can still hear the souls here, as well as the suction brought by the vortex. Compared with the sea surface, it has weakened a lot. I hope that Godhead will not be dragged into the whirlpool. If you are dragged into the vortex, you can only give up. Lin Moyu didn't want to confront the god in the vortex for the time being. The god was too strong, and he didn't have any confidence. The depth of the seabed is as high as 100,000 meters, which is 100 kilometers. The sensing range of the Xingyin wind chime to the Godhead is only 100 kilometers. This also makes Lin Moyu only look for the Godhead in the sea. Lin Moyu began to float up, kept at a depth of about 50,000 meters, and began to search for the Godhead along the Qinglong Sea. Lin Moyu calculated that at his own speed, it would take about 6 days to retrieve the entire Qinglonghai. Not too long, provided there are no accidents. As it gradually moved away from the vortex, the voice of the soul became weaker and weaker until it disappeared. The suction force brought by the vortex also gradually disappeared. Lin Moyu realized that he had come to the bottom of the wild continent. Below the continental shelf, in addition to sea water, there are also large areas of rocks in the sea, forming complex passages. Under the induction of the power of the soul, a large number of monsters appeared. These monsters are obviously staying away from the vortex, they are hiding, not to be bewitched by the voice of the soul. The arrival of Lin Moyu, an unexpected guest, immediately attracted the attention of the monsters. The monsters are in groups, with a sense of territory, and groups of monsters launched a fierce attack on Lin Moyu. Naturally, Lin Moyu would not be polite, and released the undead army to start a massacre in the sea. For a moment, the calm Qinglong Sea became extremely lively. The undead army rampaged, killing all the monsters. Blood stained the underwater world. The smell of blood attracted more monsters, and Qinglong seabed, which had been calm for an unknown number of years, completely boiled. Lin Moyu doesn't care about these monsters, he continues to search for the Godhead. The undead army ran rampant all the way, killing wherever they went. Lin Moyu found that many monsters on the seabed of Qinglong seem to have highly poisonous properties. The green-blue gleam can be seen even in seawater. There are many monsters that spray highly poisonous, covering a large area. Extremely poisonous is a nightmare for professionals, but for him it has no effect. This is especially true for the undead army. The Lich General's elimination skills can even cure the poison of rotting corpses, let alone the poison here. The world under the Sea of Qinglong is much larger than that of the wild continent. At a depth of 100,000 meters, there will be a large number of monsters living every few hundred meters. The monsters have their own territorial areas, like layers of territorial space. The scale of the underwater world is equivalent to hundreds of wild continents. After Lin Moyu made such a fuss, he attracted the Lihai monster. Searching for godhood and leveling up to fight monsters are both correct, and experience soars all the way. In just a few hours, an upgraded light appeared on his body. From level 74 to level 75, Lin Moyu's eyes were full of joy. I didn't expect that there are so many monsters on the bottom of the sea, they should have come earlier. Even if I didn't find the Godhead, I made it this time. Lin Moyu had another job, he began to call non-stop to replenish the undead army. At level 75, the total number of undead legions has reached 187,000, which is 14,200 more than at level 74. Lin Moyu still adopts the average distribution of the 4 arms, each with a quantity of 46,750. Not only the number has increased, but the attributes have also improved a lot. Among them, the highest attribute is the Skeleton Berserker. The 4-dimensional attributes are balanced, each attribute reaches 1.1 million, and the total attribute is 4.4 million. The total attributes of the Skeleton Archmage are slightly lower than that of the Skeleton Berserker, but its spiritual attributes stand out, as high as 3.8 million. The strength and physique attributes of the Headless Horseman are higher than those of the Skeleton Berserker, and the total attributes also break through to 4 million. Only the attribute of the Skeleton Marksman is slightly worse, but the skill of the Skeleton Marksman is soul attack, and the attack power is not bad. Point 0. As Lin Moyu's level gets higher and higher, the promotion rate of the undead army becomes larger and larger. At the same time, Lin Moyu also developed a feeling of being suppressed. It seemed that there was a force in the dark that suppressed him. I had a similar feeling before. The first time it appeared, it was after the second turn. However, my feeling at that time was still very weak, and my soul was not strong, so I thought that my feeling was wrong. As the level increases, this feeling becomes more and more obvious. Especially after his soul has reached the god level, when he upgrades for the first time, when his skills are improved, that feeling will appear. It's just a feeling, and I can't find any traces. He also talked about it with Antares, and even Antares couldn't explain it. Antares even wondered if he felt wrong. Sometimes, Lin Moyu also felt that maybe he felt something wrong. After this upgrade, this suppressed feeling reappeared. The root cause cannot be found, and it cannot be described in words. It is a feeling that cannot be imagined. Lin Moyu even came up with an idea that his skills should be so weak and could be stronger. It seems that there are some rules that limit my skills. If you throw away your talent, your own skeleton is indeed not strong. A level 75 skeleton berserker has only about 55,000 attributes. Including the Lich General's bonus, the attribute is only less than 100,000. Even the most common occupation in the human race has a total attribute of more than 500,000 at level 75. If you don't have innate skills, your only advantage is the huge number of summons and various skills. If you don't have talent and skills, you are still sure to win in the face of professionals of the same level. Not to mention, heads up, it's not a problem even if one fights 10. But it is absolutely impossible to achieve this level. Since I am a unique profession, and I have undergone 2 professional sublimation, I shouldn't be so weak. Even without talent, it shouldn't be so weak. As the level increases, this feeling of being suppressed becomes more and more obvious. It has always been a mountain of mysteries that plague Lin Moyu.